inside the session. Party kicking up bad. She put up, she 2-1. Winding back on the man. You think I gave a damn? You're mad. The day you leave me, the day you leave, I started to see my way. When you hurt me and went away, what I thought was a tragedy was a blessing. The day you up and leave was a blessing. A blessing. I'm feeling so blessed. Oh yes, when you leave was a blessing. A blessing. My hands up high, I'm winding low. I'm glad you go like I never happy before. My hands up high, I'm winding low. I'm glad you go, and I don't want it no more. Walk out the gate, all of the good you create. Like I start to elevate, walk out the gate, and no debate. Life gets straight and great like you was the weight. So glad I procrastinate. Look on my right hand, amputate. I remember the date, not cause I hate. Guess I stated, not lot to state. The day you leave me, the day you leave, I started to see my way. When you hurt me and went away, what I thought was a tragedy was a blessing. The day you up and leave was a blessing. A blessing. I'm feeling so blessed. Oh yes, when you leave was a blessing. A blessing. My hands up high, I'm winding low. I'm glad you go like I never happy before. My hands up high, I'm winding low. I'm glad you go, I don't want you no more. Oh no, I don't want you no more. And I'm so glad that you're gone, girl. I'm so glad that you go. I want you to know what's a blessing. The day you up and leave was a blessing. A blessing. I'm feeling so blessed. Oh yes, when you leave was a blessing. A blessing. My hands up high, I'm winding low. I'm glad you go like I never happy before. My hands up high, I'm winding low. I'm glad you go, and I don't want to no more. Oh no.
TMR Sounds.
Explicit, boy.
And welcome to the National Public Library Archives and Documentation Services. I just want to to say yesterday has really been an interesting and enlightening series of presentations and discussions. And today, we look forward to similar activities here. But before we begin, we will have Mrs. Julian, our archivist, present to you a PowerPoint presentation on our digitization unit. And as was mentioned yesterday, we would have benefited greatly from the donation of UNESCO. They would have funded our unit. It has been a challenge, and yesterday we spoke about advocating, and as a librarian, we have to, and I must emphasize again, it takes a lot of dedication, commitment, time, energy to get this work done. We exist in an environment where our permanent secretaries, ministers, and by extension, our location in the Ministry of Education by itself is a disadvantage, right? Because their focus is on schools and policy, and not necessarily the library. And in some cases, some people see the library as not part of an education institution. I don't know where they get that from, right? But that is how it goes. So we would begin here with the presentation, and then after, I would like if we can divide ourselves into two groups, and then Mrs. John would take the first group over to the National Archives. That is just across the road, right there, because this is the library compound, and the space is small. And again, listening to all of the challenges and issues. And yes, we share all of those challenges and issues as well. But we just have to just go forward in faith and know that, as I always say, you have AM and you have PM, so things will change, and it will change every day. It gets better and better every day. Right? So at this time, I would like to invite Mrs. Julian to come to the podium. And once again, I want to welcome you to St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the National Public Library of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And if we have time today, we'll be able to do a little tour for those persons who are interested in seeing what our different areas, and to probably discuss some of our services and functions here. So thank you very much for being here, and welcome.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, everyone. I am Jeon Julian, archivist at the National Public Library Archives and Documentation Services. And today I will walk you through our new digitization unit setup. And I will highlight our efforts towards accessibility and present a bit of our disaster preparedness measures designed to safeguard both physical and digital archival records. So the National Archives of St. Vincent and the Grenadines was officially opened on December 5th, 1990. So we are very young. And we were open to further fulfill the information need of the nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And in June of 2008, we were relocated from French's, which is on that side of the building, to our current location at Richmond Hill, which is in the capital city of Kingstown, also known as the City of Arches. And we have 15 staff members. So our archival holdings overview. So the National Archives, we were integrated, as the director said, we were integrated with the Documentation Center. So it's 3 entities come together as one. So the National Archives was integrated with the Documentation Center, as well as the Public Library, to form National Public Library, Archives, and Documentation Services. Today, we operate in a refurbished 2-story building, and we're located on the same compound of the National Public Library. And the facility also includes an off-site backup site, which is managed by the Information Technology Services Division, ITSD, and the Examination and Assessment Unit of the Ministry of Education. As the official repository for government, historical, and cultural records, the National Archives safeguards irreplaceable materials that are essential to identity, governance, and the legacy of the nation. So the National Archives houses approximately 18,000 records spanning from 1654 to 2025. And this includes not just paper records, but we also have audio cassettes, CDs, DVDs, video cassettes, long play records, and artifacts. So these are some of our collections and artifacts. So our holdings include rare artifacts such as Carib stones. We also have volcanic rocks from 1979 eruption and early Saladoid pottery. We also have special collections like the Patrick Prescott papers. He was a musician. We also have Alfonso Alfie Robert papers. He was the first Test cricketer. And we also have Sir Charles Antrobus papers. He was a former Governor General. Earl Kirby papers as well. He was a first trained veterinarian and archaeologist. And we also have photographs, postcards, postage stamps, a few paintings, maps, plans, and carnival posters. So 3 of our high priority records include first birth/christening register from 1765 to 1867. We also have the African Indentured Ship Register from 1859 to 1863, and the Indian Indentured Ship Register for the period 1861 to 1880. So yesterday we spoke about the opening of nominations for inscriptions to Memory of the World, and our Indian Indentureship Register was submitted by St. Vincent and the Grenadines and recommended for inclusion in the Memory of the World Register in 2017. So that's a photo of it right there. So let's move on to the unit. So in 2021, the department submitted a proposal under the Emergency Situation Grant. And this was an effort of the late Cardell Matthews, archivist, and the director of libraries. And we were not able to get the grant at that particular time. But however, it was not until the explosive volcanic eruption of April 9, 2024, that the urgency of the proposal gained traction. And as a result of that, the department successfully secured a grant of US $67,010. And this funding was used to purchase a Zechel scanner, cover the cost of installation and training, and provide training for us for a week. And in the photographs, you could see the volcanic plume there with the archives in the front. And then after the next day, it was like snow all over. We were so amazed at how far the ash got into the building. All right, so let me go back a bit. So we got the funding from UNESCO, but follow up to that, in 2017, we also got funding for a 2 weeks training workshop in archives and records management. And this was conducted by archivist Dr. Stanley Griffin. And we were able to secure 13 archival shelves, a photocopying machine, and we're now outfitted with 57 shelves we are so grateful for. And this comes up to about 416 linear meters. So you will be able to see the vault when we go over. So in 2023, 19th of April, we got a donation of a book eye scanner, a flatbed scanner, from the United Mexican States, Mexico, by Her Excellency Dr. Beatriz Gutierrez Muller during a 2-day state visit. So before, we didn't have any scanners, and then we got 2. We were able to get 2. So this scanner, the smaller scanner, is used to scan loose collections, such as stamps, postcards, as well as loose funds. So we're now going to scan the Service Commission Department records. So our implementation strategy. So as part of the implementation strategy, we identified high priority records, and based on the quantity of each record to determine the type of scanner most suitable for us. And due to our limited space, the question now arose, where were we going to house the unit? So we were left with no other choice but to convert our documentation center, which is a special library. So we had to shift our services to the Lorna Small Reading Room, as well as relocate our staff, some of our staff. So after the death of the late archivist Cordell Matthews, I was tasked with the responsibility of managing the final stages of the project. So it shows the importance as well of succession planning, because you never know what might happen, and somebody always has to continue the job. So we had to retrofit the room, and this was provided under the guidance of facilitator Rita Wong-Sang of the National Archives of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as a technician from the US-based Crowley Company. That's the company we bought the scanner from. So before installation of the scanner, we had to conduct treatment of mold. We also had to paint the room in a gray color that could complement the scanning process. We had to install blackout curtains and blinds to keep out direct sunlight. We also had to install 2 AC units, have 2 AC units replaced. We also had to build a custom table to support the scanner weight, as well as allow for wheelchair access. And we had to purchase a universal power supply, and we also had to coordinate training and installation to make sure they happen at the same time. And our technician, he took about 3 days in the corner there, Joe, he had took about 3 days to install the scanner, and then after we got training in how to actually use the scanner. So during the training, we had an overview of digitization, pre-digitization process, as well as post, which you will see when we go over. So we also had preliminary conservation, where we had to do a bit of dusting, removal of staples, paper clips, sticky notes, adhesive tapes, and binding. So for our operator, we have 3 scanning operators and who have background in graphics design as well as IT. And the lab was designed wide, clear pathways, suitable for all staff. And while our initial plan was 1 operator per machine, there were practical needs that we had to adjust. So we had to have the 2 operators using the Zeshell at this time in order for us to complete the current collection we're using, we're scanning. So to date, we have scanned over 6,875 documents, and we have more work to be done. It takes such a very long time. In terms of our microfilm reader, so we reintroduced the microfilm reader service on the 9th of June, 2024, as part of Archives Week. And a part of this collection, we have 19th and 20th century records. We also have certain newspapers. We have the Royal St. Vincent Gazette, the General Advisor, the Times newspaper, St. Vincent Witness, as well as persons would be able to walk in and use the service, as well as make appointments between Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 p.m. So some archival preservation practices. We have to wear lab coats, recommend no food or drink, but we had to adjust to accommodate one of our operators. So she's unable to access the kitchen upstairs, so she is in the unit. In terms of workflow, we do pre-scan prep, structured file naming, as well as metadata creation, and we save our files using TIFF, as well as PDF and JPEG. We also do quality assurance as well. In terms of storage and data management, we conduct daily instrumental backups of our external drives, and soon the library servers will be operational and we'll be able to back up on the server as well. In terms of housekeeping protocols, no children are allowed. We use the vacuum, a handheld vacuum, to clean the scanner as well as clean the glass as needed. The floors are mopped 3 times per week. The desks are cleaned and trash removed daily. In terms of security, the room is locked every evening by operators. And in terms of climate control, we have the AC running 24 hours. In terms of outreach, we have a number of outreaches. Since our unit has opened, we've conducted a number of school tours as well as summer program tours. And we are also available to researchers, historians, and persons conducting genealogical research. So some of our challenges, our major challenges, in the case of disaster preparedness, the Zeshell scanner cannot be relocated without the U.S. technician returning to the institution, and that would be a cost to us. So that's something we have to figure out what to do, and as well as need for additional scanning operators. So some general disaster preparedness measures. Outside the building, we inspect the building for structural deficiencies. We make sure all the windows and doors are closed, as well as check the grounds for loose objects. Inside the building, what we currently do, we unplug all lights and electrical appliances. We take down all loosely secured pictures, plaques, and remove all equipment and furniture from the windows. We also cover equipment and boxes with heavy-duty garbage bags and unplug all equipment. In terms of natural disasters, we have elevated shelving in the vault. We also have 10 fire extinguishers throughout the building, which are inspected every October. We have 4 dehumidifiers in the vault room and a hydrometer to monitor the temperature and relative humidity. And we are also, one of the benefits of having an off-site data storage unit, we have been connected to the ITSD generator. And during a vulnerability assessment after Burrell, the archives was used as a charging station for persons who were seeking electricity. So they saw the doors open, and they were coming to us to charge their phones and laptops and stuff like that. So we were kind of surprised of that persons were actually out and about looking around Kingstown for which buildings were open. So we were the only building open in Kingstown. In terms of man-made disasters, we have a member of staff. We now have joined a member of staff. He is a conservator binder with experience of 25 years as a vault attendant and book binder, and he currently does online courses, and he facilitated an internal session on care and handling of records. And in the future, we want to offer, and we spoke about the monetization, so we want to offer digital reproduction service in the near future as well, and access the open source software Atom to allow for online access. So this is another project that we conducted. This is a database that we, the late archivist and the technician and other staff members contributed to. So this is a database that you'll be able to see that we created. So it has staff, a section for staff as well as patrons, and staff are able to access, do descriptive forms. And here you will see there's a section for status. So patrons will be able to see the available materials that they have, materials that are in use, materials that are in repair, as well as preservation holds or legal holds, as well as they could search by keyword, by the reference code as well. And here we have a list of all of the records based on the funds, based on the collections. So they're able to see the reference code, the title, date, detailed scope and content. Right. And some of our challenges, fluctuations in temperature and relative humidity, and evidence of leaks within the building envelope, which is through some windows, walls, as well as roofing. We're in the process of repairing our roof and replacing the windows and other repairs to the building. So our action plans going forward, we have to get a fire and smoke alarm, fire suppression system, fire, smoke, and water detectors, as well as form an emergency preparedness committee to update our current disaster preparedness plans. We have to assign safety wardens and identify emergency routes and muster points suitable for all staff and patrons. We also have to procure emergency kits, supplies to aid in salvaging efforts, and the creation and installation of window shutters. We also have to conduct training in fire drills, the use of fire extinguishers, and salvaging workshops. And we have to coordinate with the Royal St. Vincent Fire Department and NEMO in order to secure our records pre and post disaster. We also have to purchase polythene sheeting to cover all equipment, especially the social scanner. And in terms of archival enclosures, we have to get file folders, boxes, sleeves, as well as fireproof cabinets, display cases, and book supports. We need hands-on training and equipment in the development of a sound archive and conservation unit, and development of archival policies and legislation. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Good morning. Right. Where does the registry stands as it relates to the safeguarding of records? We're talking about birth, death, marriage. They have a lot of stuff. I was looking for my great grandfather's birth certificate. And the guy who had to go to look came up for air about 3 times. Yeah, he came out for air about 3 times. So where does the registry stands as it relates to the documentation and archive?
Well, the registry is a separate entity from the National Archives. So the registry is under the High Court, right? So in terms of depositing records to us, we do not have an archival legislation in place, an Archives Act. So there's nothing to say that they have to deposit the records to the archives after the disposition period has closed. So that's something that we have to work on and coordinate.
Okay, Mr. Reed, may I interject here, please? I know we don't have legislation as it relates to legal deposit as yet, but we are governed by different tools in the public service, as you are aware, and that includes something called the CSO and the financial management rules. I want to believe that most persons here who work with government departments would have such acts in place, legislation in place. So what would happen? There is a section, I don't have my CSO here, but I think it's section 10, that speaks to the National Archives being the archives for all government documents, right? So we have had a case where the registry had practically thrown out all their deeds, right? They were sending them to us and they said, oh, we didn't want them because we was. I said, okay, fine, we'll keep them. And at the same time, we were looking for some way of getting them digitized. And of course, yes, the persons from the endangered archives, they were actually here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines doing work at the National Archives. And they were very accommodating of us, and they brought their equipment and all of that. And they wanted to work with the National Archives right there to have those said records that they threw away digitized. But guess what? When the registry saw the value of them, they decided that, hey, we wanted them now. Right? So, of course, they want my records in the beginning, so I just had to send them back. But they came back to us. But we do have digitized copies of those records. So, Mr. Reed, there is something in the CSO which states that all government departments must submit their records to the National Archives of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So there is something there. And it includes their financial documents as well. So the legislation might not be there as yet, but there are other things there that, that speaks to it. But sometimes our administrators, we don't read. You might be surprised to know. I am really and truly sorry to say this, but it is a fact. Because they would have the legislation right there on their desk right there. And they're going to call me and ask me, oh, tell me how we're going to do this. Oh, tell me how we're going to do that. And I say, well, you go to chapter whatever and you read the necessary legislation. And that's basically it. So, Mr. Reed, there is that. But as you know, they are part of the Digital Transformation Project. And they should have been here this morning. For the 2 days, I have not seen them, but I know they're going to come back. Yes, I know they would have their training and all of that, but I know they're going to come back. So I just wanted to give that clarity, please, Mr. Reed, so we could understand where we're going. Yes?
So you do not have a records management act?
No, we don't have. We're working on getting legislation in place. I started. But I think I have a similar problem like my friend from St. Martin. We got halfway with our begin the whole process, and then my attorney general changed, and now he's running for politics, so hey, we have to begin the whole process again, but I was halfway there. So that is something that myself and Ms. Henry would have discussed about getting the legislation sorted out, and we came up with the idea to have persons come in and a committee in place and have the legislation drafted so that we could take it to them, right? Because I know if I have to leave that to my legal affairs department, I would be waiting here for another 10 years. So I don't want to wait for another 10 years. So that is where we are. So I hope, Mr. Reid, you're fine. Okay, good. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Since the mic is so close to me, I'll ask a question. So first of all, thank you for a really wonderful presentation. I was impressed by the number of things that you're doing. One question that I had, you mentioned that your conservator offers a training program online? If you can, oh, no.
No.
Oh, he
So-
was doing the training program.
Yes, so that's a
He wa-
binder,
oh,
and
okay,
he's
I see.
interested in conservation.
Oh,
So
okay.
he has started online
Okay, I
training
see, I
courses.
see. Okay, thank you so much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Hi, good morning. I have two questions. I want to piggyback on what Paul just asked about the conservation training of your conservator, because that is normally one of the challenges that we have in the region, to be able to have persons trained in that particular field. So in Trinidad and Tobago, we have a library conservator who would have been expertly trained within an area. But over the last few years, we have been trying to look at other opportunities within the region for persons to be trained. So is that the type of information that you can share with us in terms of the conservator that you have right now? And the other question was, I looked at your database that you're using, and is it an open source solution that you're using? How effective is that in terms of dealing with the volume of information that you're going to be putting in to your database as you go ahead? Because you're talking about 60,000 somewhere records, 6,000 records?
About 18,000.
18,000 records, and as you keep on going, is your database sustainable enough to be able to take you through? And is it open source, or is there a cost associated with that? Thank you.
Okay, in terms of the first question, so the person that we have, he is a binder, and he's interested in the conservation field. So he is currently doing online courses in order to be an official conservator.
But where?
So he's
Where?
doing online courses at the moment, and then he's looking to go to either
Yeah, which program is the
the program.
Yes, and I'm asking that because there may be other persons here who would need to have that type of service in their particular country as well. So this is information that we have been working with the University of the West Indies, Mona. Yeah, looking at opportunities for designing conservation training for the region. We've also been working with the COSTAT, which is the College of Science and Technology in Trinidad and Tobago as well, to look at conservation training specific to the field in the Caribbean, because it's very difficult to find those type of training programs. So that's why I asked that question, where is he doing his training, and would this be something that would be of benefit to other countries in the region who would like to build their conservation labs and, provide that support to the archives or to libraries?
Okay, so in terms of the training, so he is doing, he looked at NEDCC, and the training is called Caring for Architectural Records. So that's the first training that he has done, and he's looking to do other training, other hands-on training. We're looking at NALIS as well as UWI, Mona, in Jamaica. And in terms of the digitization, the database, it's an Excel, actually an Excel. He used the Excel, and he configured it and tailored it just for us. So if you're interested in learning more about that database, we'll be able to connect you to the IT technician.
Want.
So good morning all, and thank you for your excellent presentation, John, because we spoke in 2023, right? And you were beginning to start your digitization unit, and you come so far, so my compliments for that. So with regards to conservation, the practical part, there is a conservator or restorator in Barbados, Miss Anne Bancroft. There is also one in Curacao, and we also have a conservation lab or a restoration lab in Suriname. So we can join those experts together with PEC Lab in Trinidad, and there you have it, our conservation expertise. So there are persons and organizations here in the region who can collaborate with each other and share our expertise with the entire heritage institution. So thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll now split the group. So this will be one section, one group, and then this will be another. And then we will go over to the digitization lab and enjoy the session. And get some hands-on, so persons who are interested in doing some scanning, will be able to do so. All right? So I will take this group first, and then the second group will go with librarian Shanna Thomas. All right.
yes, because he will be recording oral history, and that is one of the modes for recording. I was offered by a gentleman at chess of records from the barrel weaving industry that was collected by the Captain of the Boat from the 19, the whole amount was from 1920s.
English, Spanish, remedial work. Every day and in some of the branch like we have them. They were telling me, and we have good results. Their children from those years fasting their children to take care and couldn't even identify a letter A. And now they have excelled and they are moved on fatigue. They are no longer struggling readers. And this is teachers, we have teachers, trained teachers that if they are studying and they come here for mobilization to have it and they have programs. And they are looking to expand it some more as well. Right? And they are working and the children come here, but before we explain, becomes the ones who are really. If you see why we have assessment. Right, so my thing is this is that we have to get the library to operate in smart ways, which is like no. So for the education system here is designed and developed. You get through as a supplement.
think it's because I've been traveling recently up and down. I can go back and forth. Back home is not just, it's not just a bit much. It's terrible. It's doing something Let me stretch a little bit.
start already, the White Cup. It was not here. Yeah. I was. Okay. Okay. Wait.
Welcome back, welcome back. We're all refreshed. So we will continue with session 6 and session 7. So both sessions we'll do now, after which we'll have lunch and come back and finish up with our certificates. So that's it for the day. So it depends on you how long this afternoon session will be. The onus is on you. So the session we'll start now is with Ms. Lashley, session 6, action planning, strengthening partnerships, and next steps. So we welcome Ms. Lashley for this session. Oh, okay, so. All right, so we continue with this one, Elliot and Stacy. All right, so let us go with Elliot and Stacy first before we continue with Miss Lashley, right? I realize that. All right, so we'll play that by ear.
We're good? Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elliot Benjamin. I am the Digital Art Director and founder of Axis Design Studio. We're a digital art and design company based in Kingston, Jamaica. And we offer quite a bit of graphic and design-related services. Today I'll be speaking about one in particular, and it is called photogrammetry, and how it could be used as a tool to assist in preservation efforts. So we'll get right to it. So for those who aren't familiar with photogrammetry, what it is essentially, it's a 3D modeling technique. It's only used in one specific scenario, and that is if the object itself that you want to model, it has to exist already. So it is a digitization exclusive means to create a 3D model. There are different ways to go about photogrammetry. So it's context dependent. So I can only illustrate one type of it, and this would simulate in-studio scanning session that I'll demonstrate shortly. The other two scenarios would be what I'd classify as in-the-field scanning, and then there's aerial scanning. So in-studio scanning, we kind of use it to pretty much scan assets or objects that are human scale and smaller, things that you can move with. So you'd put that in like a setup like this. This is one type of studio scanning setup. This is to simulate my preferred method, which is, of course, I couldn't bring all the equipment with me. It's also one of these things that relies a lot on equipment, computers and other stuff. So this is just to simulate what my method would be. So the subject, there is a figure. It would be situated on a turntable, and it rotates at a very slow pace. And this device here is a rig to actually scan the object. Essentially, all you're doing is to create one of these scans is you're taking a lot of photographs around the subject, and then you'll run it through a software to reconstruct the the model based on what the software sees in the photos. So traditionally, people would walk around the subject and take pictures. Hence why we have handles on this camera and this whole setup here. In the studio, you don't have to walk around it anymore. With my method, you'd put it on a turntable, and instead of walking around the subject moves for you. So it eliminates that whole process from myself. The camera would be mounted onto a tripod, and it would have a wireless shutter release, so there's no motion or anything. You just click a button at regular intervals, and then you'd end up with a series of hundreds of images. Roughly 200 to 400 images would be ideal to get a pretty comprehensive scan of the subject. You would have to reposition the subject in a case like this where the camera can't see underneath the subject once it's mounted to a tripod. So you'd have to turn the subject so that the camera can capture it at every possible angle. That's essentially what you're trying to do. The other thing to note is that light control is key in this type of workflow. Hence the ring flash. I could give you a demonstration really quickly. That works. So I'm just turning on all the devices here. So camera is on. This is a trigger to activate the flash. So that's on. This is in, and the flash itself is on. Okay. So this is a very technical process. You really have to know what you're doing to get good results here. The aim is to get as flat of an image as possible. So depending on the subject you choose, it might have different properties on the material. So some subjects might have a very reflective finish to it, and in a case like that, you'll get glare on the subject. So I'll just activate this real quick. Okay, so this particular ring flash is meant to counter hard sunlight, because a lot of the time what you want to do, or what you're aiming to do, is to get a scanned asset absent of any shadows on the subject. And in a studio setting, you have a lot of control in that sense. When you're out in the field, you're now subjected to the elements. The sun will change, position, cloud coverage will affect the scan. So it's a little bit trickier to get a decent scan once you're outside. This device, this flash, is designed to counter the harsh sunlight. So even in bright sunlight like we have today, this flash is powerful enough where it can negate the sunlight, and I can still get a good enough scan that can be used in the software. For drone scanning, it's not possible to get this flash on it. So typically we reserve drone scans for larger assets that I can't walk around. I need to get higher. So like a building, let's say. I wouldn't be able to photograph the roof just by walking around. So I need extra tools to assist with that. What else? Sorry, I'm just thinking. Okay, sorry, yeah. So this is another part of the equation. It's a color checker. So once you get a scan, or rather, before you start the scanning process, you want to have a photo. This would be a reference photo that's taken before you actually start the scan, and this is going to be used to ensure that your colors are accurate. They call it a color checker passport. It's from what I understand, an industry standard. It's used in film and other industries. So, yeah, this whole thing is a very finicky process, even the software side of things. I'll have a video that I will show to illustrate that, seeing that I couldn't walk with all the equipment with the computer. Once you, let's say, for argument's sake, let's say I've now scanned this subject. There was a tripod there. Let's use our imaginations for a second. There was a tripod there. I scanned this. This is pretty much what one type of... Is it playing? Can I get a video? Right, so what you're seeing now on the video is one way of in-studio scanning process. This is not the method I just described. This is, I lost it. Okay. This is the process I initially spoke on, where you'd walk around the subject to scan it. In this case, they're scanning foliage, plants. I'm assuming they're going to use that for their purposes. Maybe it's illustrations for architectural renders, or maybe it's as a video game asset. There are lots of different use cases for 3D models. Those would be one of the more popular ones. 3D printing is also a popular thing that's now becoming more accessible, seeing that the cost to 3D print and purchase the equipment is coming down significantly. So this model here, this would be a sample 3D print of the scanned asset. So just to walk you through the process, I've now I've taken my hundreds of images of the subject, and what that would look like is this on the screen here. So this would be the reference photo that you take before you start the scan. After, you'll end up with images like this. This is using my in-studio scanning technique. This is not me walking around the subject. This is now the camera mounted to the tripod, and there's total light control. This method, they call it shooting into the void. And that's why I have the black fabric here placed. The idea is to simulate the object floating in space. There's nothing there. This is just to make it easier on the software to detect where the hard edges are, so the reconstruction part of this isn't going to take too long, or it shouldn't take too long. There are a number of variables that come into play where it affects the duration of the reconstruction parts, which I'll get to shortly. The image resolution would be one, the capabilities of the hardware you're using. So what would happen is, with the turntable rotating, I'm actually cycling through the images now, but you're going to notice a subtle change at every image, where it just keeps going around in a circle, basically. Right? After it captures this, before we get to anything else, I should mention that this material was selected in particular because of the level of darkness you could get out of this. This is the darkest I can find any material. This is velvet. As you can see, depending on the angle you're looking at it, it may be very dark, but it also picks up glare from the lights in the room. To counter that, we have filters that are applied to the camera lens itself. It's called a CPL filter, a cross-polarizing lens. And so I have one of these filters on the camera lens itself, but also the light has a filter. This is the other filter. It's attached magnetically. So even as intense of a shot as you saw in the test, I'll do it again, it's very bright. When that hits the fabric, of course, it's going to have glare or a very reflective finish if it's at an angle. So to counter that, the cross-polarizing lens is turned at a 90-degree in relation to the other filter. It's turned 90 degrees to filter out a certain wavelength of light. Just to show what that looks like using this same screen. This would be with the filters on, but the cross-polarizing lens is not really, it's not turned at the 90-degree angle to block out the wavelength of light that we're trying to block out. This is the same scenario. Nothing has changed except that the filter has been turned 90 degrees now to block out that glare, which is what we're trying to eliminate. Gone again? Okay. So that is just to simulate what's going on with this black fabric and why we can achieve results that gives us this illusion that this object is just floating in space. So this is a video I took just before I got here in St. Vincent. This is because I couldn't bring the computer, so I wanted to show how this looks on the software side of things. So this is Reality Capture. This is my preferred software now. There are several ones. Some are free, some are paid. In my opinion, this one is free and it's excellent. I moved from another free one to this and it works. So what I'm doing here now is importing all the photos I took of the subject. I can speed this up. So to the left, you'll see just, I guess, a reference. So you can see how many images and what was imported. So this process now is aligning the images. So the software is essentially looking at each image. Video? Okay. Where the software is looking at each image and it's trying to figure out what it's looking at. So another important thing is in the scanning process, the subject, it cannot move. It has to be perfectly still. So this is an ideal model because it's not flexible in any way. I can reposition it and I'll know that all the points that the software is looking for is still in its place. So after the image alignment process, which took a minute, again, that will differ depending on the hardware that you're using, how powerful the computer is. So it could be longer, it could be shorter. So this is the result of what the software sees. What you're looking at here is what they'd call a point cloud data. So all the points around the subject is where the software thinks I moved to capture the photo. But because it was on a turntable, it didn't know. It's just a cheat. So you'll see 3 perfect rings. 3 or 4, yeah, 3 perfect rings. So one ring would represent, let's say, a regular rotation where the subject is there. Another ring would represent once I've moved the subject to capture another side of it. So let's say I needed to scan underneath the feet. Another ring would represent that rotation. And after this process, where does it go? Okay, now this is the reconstruction part where you pretty much just tell the computer to create the geometry for the subject. This is probably the more time-consuming part of the process. I'll just fast-track this. Right, this is the result of that. So even in as perfect as a scenario where I've controlled the room, I'll still end up with things that are floating in space. These are what we refer to as artifacts that we'd now have to manually go in and remove, just part of the cleanup process. So there are a few there. As long as it's not connected to the model, there's no issue. This is, yeah. So we'll just remove these. And that's pretty much the result of the geometry itself. Now, just so you can see a little better, those points floating around the model, if I were to increase the camera scale now, you could see exactly what photo it's using to capture, or the angle that that photo was taken in relation to the reconstructed model. So these are thumbnails, so it's very blurry. It's not intended to be used like this. It's just if you needed to check anything, really, I guess. So that's just to show you guys what the points actually represent. Now, you'll notice there's no color to this. This is just the raw model. There's this very high detail. It's a high density mesh. So the next part in this process now would be to apply the texture to the subject. So using the same photos from the angles, it's now painting the model that it just created with the color it saw. And that's why we have the color checker for accuracy. So this would be the result of the scanned model with the geometry and texture applied. As you can see, you can get a lot of detail, but this is one of the cases where the more images you have is the cleaner the edges will be, the more polished and refined you'll get the result to be. Some cases, like behind his necklace thing here, if the camera can't see it, it will just create, it will fill the space with, I guess, an average of color data and just seal up the model, I guess. So ideally, you don't want models or subjects that, I guess, have recessed parts that are very difficult for the camera to get into. That's one issue it causes. Other is self-shadowing. It's harder to control the light because you need that, or you'd want to strive to get that flat, even lighting across all surfaces of the model. So again, if you look inside of the belt loop here, the only thing that could fix this is if I got more detailed shots from that angle. So you would want to do more than you think you need if you can afford to, just to ensure that you get as accurate as a result as possible. All right, so after this process, you can now export this file into various file formats. It really depends on the software you intend to use or what platforms you intend to export this to. Mine would be Blender. So this is now the 3D modeling. This is also free. There are other 3D modeling applications that are paid. You'd really only need to know about this if you're in the space. This is what the 3D artists would use. So what you're seeing here is a wireframe, we call this. This basically shows the level of detail this model has. As you can see, me just navigating the viewport, it's moving very laggy, like it's very non-responsive or slow to respond. That is a combination of the high detail in the geometry, as well as the fact that I'm on a laptop and not something plugged in where I can extract more power out of it to do the calculations faster. So what we do in this case to make this more user-friendly across the board is to clean up the model, optimize it by reducing the geometry, the level of detail, so that a model like this, it will run faster on other systems. So a model like this straight off the scan cannot be used on a website. It would need to be optimized so that it could run on websites if you want to have a product that you can, spin around and navigate on the site itself. Also for file management, just to keep the file size manageable. We'd clean it up for those reasons also. Yeah, so that's one view, just to show again. Also, you'd notice that in the video here, it's kind of exported the model at an angle. It's not really sitting on the ground plane. You'd bring it into Blender, and that's where you'd make adjustments like that. So, yeah, let me think, am I missing anything? I mean, I'll be happy to take questions at this point. I know it might be a lot to, and I don't know if I did it in the exact order I should have, but yeah, I'll take any questions at this time. Sure.
My question would be, have you already applied it to heritage collections? Do you have any use cases in Jamaica, for instance, working with museums, archaeological institutes, etc.?
I have tried to reach out to scan a building in Jamaica, a historic site. It was selected not to preserve history or anything. It was done for event planning purposes. So I don't know if it's because that was the sales pitch, why I wasn't taken seriously, or maybe they are actually busy with other things, but I have reached out to do some scans. They have not gotten back to me as yet. So that's one of the things I'll be looking into when I get back home.
Yeah, because it's especially for like archaeological objects or museum objects that are usually behind glass, you cannot touch them. It would be, especially for educational use, it would be great to have something like this, but it's really labor intensive, right? So one such object, how long does it take from starting to scan until the end product, for instance?
Well, I guess it varies depending on the model, the subject. But in a case like this, this whole process to get it to that point to export, to clean up, that took 44 minutes, roughly speaking. So an asset of that, actually I don't even think the size physically matters too much. I haven't done enough testing on larger objects to know how much of an impact that has on the time. But my estimate would be about an hour and a half to 2 hours start to finish for one asset with the equipment I'm using now. And also in the context of scanning in a studio where I had to have to set up and everything.
Yeah, what we did in Aruba is we got some archaeological objects from Aruba back on loan from a European institution. So in the 19th century they were sent off. We got them back for a year just to showcase them. In the meantime, we did the 3D scans. And at some point, because, hopefully we'll get ownership back at some point, but that's a long process to start. A lot of paperwork involved, diplomacy and things like that. So in the meantime, the next best thing that we worked on is, while we have them, make sure they're 3D scanned, and then, that's the next best thing until you actually get them back. And especially if you look at archaeological collections which have a lot of pottery and shards and things like that, it could be thousands, so it would be a big project to do it for an entire collection. But usually, compared to what you have usually, is just a 2D, a flat picture. You cannot turn it around, you cannot see what's written on the back or what kind of structure it has. Along with this metadata, that's basic cataloging information. So it would really enrich the use and the applicability for education if you were actually to able to work with those kinds of institutions, museums mainly, to have those objects digitized and available. So the potential is really big. It might be really costly as well, right?
We haven't really looked too much into the cost of the scans. I guess we're at a point now, because this is still like a new service that we're rolling out for Access, or primary callings are around architectural drafting and 3D modeling for, realtors and people like that. So this is just the natural progression or exploration we're doing now. We do see the potential. We're at this stage, we're kind of using it as a tool to generate more passive income by creating assets, and we're going to put them online for video game developers. So historic stuff is actually like artifacts. You dig up bones, foliage. These are very popular assets. Video game developers creating worlds, they tend to gravitate to these types of assets to populate their scenes. So we have been looking more in that direction to just as hobby projects. So when we have some downtime, we'll scan an asset and maybe someone will purchase it, and that way we'll build a portfolio in that space and maybe make some money along the way. But right now it's just a situation where we follow the money, and we do see the potential though. We see the benefits where, you have a scan thing, let's say we're looking at like when COVID was still happening, people couldn't travel, but if we had like a library of scanned historic places, information could still be passed around and not be restricted by borders if you put them online. So we're looking at things like that and seeing just how usable this is across the board. One other thing I should fail to mention in the presentation. This method has its limitations. It's not perfect. It's ideal in situations where the subject is flat, but in instances where glass is involved or metals, very reflective surfaces, it will confuse the software and it will not take kindly to that. So it will cause a lot of confusion. So in cases where you do need to scan highly reflective surfaces like that, if you are locked into this ecosystem here where you need to scan it using this setup, as I haven't tried it as yet, but I understand there are like sprays that are temporary that you just spray down the subject just to get a flat finish, and that way you could now get the scan of the form, and for those reflective parts in that cleanup process, that's when you'll swap out materials. You'll isolate the glass parts and then you'd apply 3D generated materials, 3D materials in the software to simulate that. But also if you can afford it, because this is still considered the entry level into this scanning space, if you can afford it, if it's in the budget, then there's another method of 3D scanning, I believe it's called structured light. These devices are more pricey, so I've not had a chance to play with them as yet, so I really can't speak too much of it. I've only seen videos of how it works, and it's impressive, but these are the tools I have right now, so this is all I can answer to. Sure.
Good day, everybody. Okay, so I cannot, I'm just going to use the term big up enough what it is that you're talking about. I think that we... Sorry? Oh, okay. okay, because I feel that, like as we progress with technology, that the cultural sector is a perfect gateway for applying these technologies. So to what Peter is saying, so part of my background is also working with the type of equipment that you're talking about. And I cannot stress the importance enough of creating digital twins of artifacts, not only for commercial purposes, but for academic purposes and for educational purposes. Because as we create these assets, these become the training sets for AI and artificial intelligence, as well as many other technological advances that are coming down the pipe. And so the Caribbean as a region, if we're able to sort of capture our artifacts like this, not only through documenting in 2 dimensions and adding metadata and these types of things to these assets, it allows us to participate equally in this space. And so I guess also I'll kind of land it here a bit where you don't need to have a serious background in computer programming or any of these things. And if we sort of all work together and establish guidelines for if you don't have necessarily like access to the type of scanning devices that you're talking about, because I have worked with them and they cost about anywhere between like $30,000 and $80,000 at an entry point, and even to rent these things sometimes they're like $600 a day. But if in the spirit of collaboration, like we can share this type of equipment, or know that, say with an object that you're showing there, if I have to take 100 pictures of it at different angles, I could then send it to you and you could create that model. And then we have the beginnings of being able to have these files in our institutions. And I guess that was just me being on my soapbox about this, but I'm very passionate about culture and technology.
And again, Elliot, thank you for sharing this with us. I wish Vincent Reed was here, because I know he talked a lot about petroglyphs. And to me, I think this is one of these types of use cases which could be applied there. Quite awesome. At the same time, however, as you've seen, what he's doing is creating a new type of document. So as we move into this new era, fourth, fifth industrial revolution, as persons call upon to preserve documents which are born digital, we also have to think about, again, dealing with files of this type. And it's going to continue. I understand now with the 6th industrial revolution, 6G, with the 6G technology, I've heard them talk about having the possibility of being able to do things like tasting food in ads. So I don't know what type of file. What is this? What does this look like? How do you store that, the type of file that's associated with that type of experience? We think about the metaverse, as we talk about things which are born digital. As archivists, how do we prepare for? How do we handle these new developments? So I just, put that out there. Thank you.
I also think this is a pretty good on-ramp to get a lot of young people involved in certain spaces too, because one of the things, I'm guilty of it myself, hence how I ended up in this field. In architecture school, which was my background, it's very noticeable, like how many students were eager to skip certain processes and jump straight into 3D without understanding or knowing the fundamentals. With architecture, it's a lot of floor plans, very like flat 2-dimensional imagery. It was the starting point. And 3D is used as a tool for more analytical purposes or just to illustrate. Realtors use it for marketing purposes. But I guess the marketing was too successful, because the students really want to just jump into that part of the program.
Hey, Elliot, I just want to make mention of this. And for Janine, who is in the Ministry of Education at the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Community College, we have a lot of students there taking IT, including digital media and other subject areas. And I think this is an excellent way for us to get the students interested in this field, because if I have to take the example of my son, who is into gaming and computers and all of that, this is an excellent, yes, an excellent gateway for him to begin a career. So I am suggesting possibly that we have some career days in this field so that we can go to the institutions and get the children who are internet savvy involved, right? So that we have this continuing on and on, right? So Janine, if you could take that back to them and into consideration, which is critical at this stage, all right?
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Very good. Okay. Well, that's me. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, and then if I just want to, what is that? Do I just say start mirroring? Or if I want to use it as a second, like a present screen?
No, you just start mirroring. I'll deal with that part of it. Mix it.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Just stand closer. Stand closer to the mic so I can sense.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah. And then is this going to show up on there? Okay, thanks. All right, here we go. All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. I cannot overstate enough how honored and excited I am to be here and to represent the Nevis Historical and Conservation Society. Nevis is a tiny country, but we like to say that we are small but mighty. So here goes. So a little bit about NHCS, which is the Nevis Historical and Conservation Society. Sorry, Terry, I see you're watching at home. It was founded in 1980 as a member-based and non-governmental organization. So that was a very important mandate to sort of separate it out from the government. Our mission is to protect and promote the historical, cultural, and natural resources of Nevis, and we do this through 3 distinct focus areas. So under that, we have cultural heritage, which is the museums, collections, and archives, historical sites and structures, and then also the natural heritage, which falls into natural resource management, ecology, and the environment. The society itself is located in Charlestown and currently, kind of lost it for a bit, functions out of the Nevis Island the Museum of Nevis History. And right across from it is where we have the Alexander Hamilton Museum. And then there's going to be a 3rd museum that we're working on that is dedicated to Nevis's maritime history. And that is currently under development, and we believe that we'll be able to open that one soon. So as you can see, we're a very small space. I would say we're probably about half the size of where it is that we're sitting now. And then that would also include offices and displays. But, just like any organization, we try to make the most of what it is that we have, even though we're limited on space. So before I get started, I just want to give you a bit about my background. So I'm an artist and a speaker and also a digital consultant. I'm based in New York City. I work with the Society on a strictly volunteer basis, so I'm doing this out of love and passion, and I'm always honored to be here and represent. So my background, and I guess why it applies to what it is that I do, is that I have 25 years in photography, VFX, and the film industry. And so over the course of my career, I've worked with a lot of top brands and photographers. I've also overseen the photo studio operations at a company called Martha Stewart Living for 10 years, as well as Christie's Auction House. I helped oversee the North American headquarters for their photo studio. So as you can see here from these pictures, I have a lot of experience dealing with all sorts of artifacts, whether they're sculpture and papyruses from ancient Egypt, to literally the bones of a T-Rex, to contemporary and like old masters paintings. And a lot of that property, as we call it there, usually ranges from about like $20,000 to about $200 million. So when I would try to step up to the plate, like I feel that I'm good hands to have on the project, let's say. And also, just mildly, and if anybody's interested in this, I've also done work with just very preliminary forensic photography, where at Christie's we were using it for authentication purposes, and then also to inspect for damage using UV light, so that if, it's like if somebody is buying something that's worth about $5 million, they want to know completely what the condition is. So I helped establish those processes there for them. And then just to sort of frame everything up here, just a little bit about Nevis. We're approximately 13,000 people, and we're one of the smallest independent nations in the Western Hemisphere. Our capital is Charlestown, and we gained independence in 1983. And we are part of a federation with our larger sister island, St. Kitts. And even though, as I said before, we're small, we've played a very pivotal part in the colonial history of the Americas. For instance, we're the birthplace of Alexander Hamilton, who is one of the founding fathers of the United States. We're also where Sir John Smith stopped in 1607 before he went on to form the colony of Jamestown in Virginia. Lord Horatio Nelson married Fanny Nisbet there, and also we served the dubious, I guess, honor of being the location for the headquarters of the Royal African Company from 1675 to 1730. And so for my presentation, I'm just going to go through, I guess, the details of what it is that I had written in the grant. So one of the, I guess, the wonderful thing about being a small society is that we are able to be a bit more agile, or maybe have a few less levels of bureaucracy, I guess you could say. So for starters, we had to frame it up where the entire island of Nevis is a giant volcano. So the center is Nevis Peak, and then there's about 7 other regions that have volcanic activity, and that these can lead to, I want to say they're not micro-eruptions, they're, earthquake swarms, where, for instance, in 2008, we had about like 54 of them that had occurred. And so because of its youthful appearance, it's a matter of when and not if the volcano will erupt. So, time is sort of the essence for us to begin to really get a handle on digitizing and preserving the artifacts that we have. And then, of course, just like the other islands, we're subject to a lot of things to do with climate change, so whether that's shoreline erosion, hurricanes, and then also earthquakes, and then the tsunamis that would come after the earthquakes. And then, ironically enough, like where our building is, we're right on the bayfront there. So you could just walk across the street and the ocean is there. Now, let's see if you can see it well, but this is sort of like the show and tell part of the presentation, where all of these pictures really give me the willies, not only because it's just really unorganized, but also the condition of what you're seeing that our archives are in now. Granted, these photos were taken in 2008 as part of a survey that was conducted with a grant from the British Library. But it should also be noted that in the past, there's been about like 4 other major surveys also done of these records, going as far back as 1910. And here we are 17 years later, and there really hasn't been that much progress in our efforts. So like with this survey, I believe that a lot of these documents, these were government registers and land title deeds and all sorts of things, and that I believe they are in a more climate controlled environment. Now, the current state of the archives, we do have a new building where a lot of things are housed. The records that I was showing you before, those were under the guardianship of the government. And we also absorb some of those records and intend to also be the guardians of those. But currently, what you see here is it's more organized, granted, than what it was before, but you're still dealing with a situation where nobody is quite sure exactly what's on what, or even you see like there's a stack of DVDs there. There's no formal like ledger of what's on them. We also, unfortunately, we become a dumping ground for people's estates sometimes. So there's a lot of things that actually don't belong in an archive, and especially in a national archive, that end up in the building. So it's like there needs to be tighter controls put onto that. As well, over the years, there's been a lot of like fits and starts with different organizations coming in and with good intentions trying to help. Now, this is a picture that I was told apparently after somebody had gone in and organized things, which I cannot imagine what it looked like before, but this is organized for them. And I think that, and I'm going to say this with a lot of love, but when you're dealing with a small organization in a small country, sometimes you have people put into positions that aren't necessarily qualified to be doing those. And it's not from a lack of trying, it's just a mismatch of skill set and also intent. So right now, and these are ongoing efforts, so we have a partner at Hamilton College, and they had come in and for 3 weeks helped to digitize a lot of records. And you can see here, like, we have a very straightforward setup where we're using a copy stand with a couple of light panels, and then sort of similar to what Elliot was talking about with using polarized light and a polarizer on the lens. We're like documenting the different pages. And then what's been an amazing gift, because we also cannot afford the digital infrastructure that goes along with housing these types of documents, is that Hamilton College has this available as part of their library collection online. So then we can, we can go and access these documents. But unfortunately, they were only able to do about 32. So that's also why it's key for grants like the Memory of the World for us to continue these efforts and to keep going with it. And say people like myself, where I already have that skill set for my background and what it is that I do for a living, and I do not mind at all going and advising and actually doing the work myself. So with the money that we're receiving from the grant, we will be doing this type of work as well as documenting archaeological images and things like that. Because there have been times as well where I've tried to help with the deascension of certain items that have been deemed to not really have that much historical value. And it's very difficult when you have very low resolution pictures that were probably taken about 20 years ago. And because of how far computers have come, you cannot actually make out the detail of what it is that it's supposed to show. So when you send that to an expert, it becomes very difficult for them to even assess what it is that you're trying to show them. And again, because we are a small organization, so one of the latest things that we just launched in March was our website. So for 5 years, we did not have a website. This was partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also At least how I view it, this had to do with not being knowledgeable of certain tools that would democratize the process of actually creating a website. So there was a situation where a vendor was paid a lot of money to create a website, sort of half delivered, and then kept the information hostage. So it was also a situation where, sad to say, about like 10 years worth of emails and all sorts of information was completely lost. And to this day, this person has this information and refuses to give it back to the society. And I had sort of come in and explained that we don't need to be beholden to one person, that there are ways to affordably use a combination of like templates and domains and all, like, we can do this ourselves. And so because we don't have a lot of space and we don't have a lot of technological infrastructure, how we've positioned the website is as a repository for a lot of resources and links. So for instance, we have a lot of links to intangible heritage videos that we had created, documentaries from the past, and then also recordings of different talks that were given at the Society. And then as well, we try to leverage like our Facebook page. And as you can see here, we have like the resource page where you can download PDFs, different ones that were written for different PhD theses and dissertations, as well as other field research that was done. We have past newsletters and all sorts of information that people can access there. And as well, we really want to reposition the Society as like a living, breathing entity where it's really engaged with the community, because we also felt that there is like a disconnect between the image of the Society itself, maybe some of the older membership, and trying to get in touch with the younger generation and sort of replenish that not only like those skills and reignite that passion and get people interested in their own history. So we have things like the Phenomenal Women of Nevis, where there were a lot of women in the past that had contributed to a lot of like culture and society. So for instance, you see Cecily Tyson there. And then also this other lady that my eyes are failing me right now, Constance, please excuse me for this, but she was actually a lawyer for Dr. Martin Luther King, and I was not aware of that. So it's incredible that even though we're tiny, we have impact. And I just want to sort of reiterate why we're doing this. And part of the reason that this is so important is that if we do not digitize our assets, we cannot contribute to the global conversation in a technological and contemporary manner. So the baseline is to convert what it is that we have, not only for preservation purposes, but then to be able to participate in these conversations and hopefully reverse a process that I sort of view as being extractive, where over the past decades, you have institutions come in with good intention, they perform certain work, and then they take all the information back with them to whatever continent or country that they're coming in from. Or it becomes a case of, oh, well, we thought there was like a videotape or a drive somewhere, and nobody can find any of this information. And so through the website and eventually through building our digital repository, we're hoping to be able to create connections and also fill in those gaps in narratives. So say, for instance, here you can see the Georgian House, which is in Bristol in England. And literally that's where you're seeing the spoils of all of the money that was made in Nevis through sugar plantations and used to literally create the infrastructure of like streets and sewers and buildings and all of these things. And we don't have a way of communicating in a two-way dialogue. So it's very important for us to be able to foster that, as well as preserve these documents, which will bring me to a quick case study that I want to share with you. So what you're seeing here is, and again, I want to say this without a lot of malice, but when you have people who have been put in a position to become the guardians of our history and our culture, and it becomes neglected, you can have some really horrific results. So what happened in this instance was we had a slave register that was being stored in a freezer, properly how we were taught by experts to preserve it. And what had happened was a member of staff had gone ahead and sold the freezer that it was housed in to a friend, didn't tell anybody, and took the register out and just stuck it in a garbage bag and shoved it off to the side. And it wasn't until many, many weeks later that somebody discovered the freezer was gone. And then also they were like, what's this bag in the corner? And they opened it up, and this is what they found. So you can see here there's an incredible amount of mold damage, and I guess like what they call like burn from it not being brought back into, you know, like reacclimatized. And so what we were able to do was send the register off. We were taught how to wrap it up and send it off to our partners at Hamilton College to see what they're able to do with that. But unfortunately, I don't know what's going to be able to be done with that. And if anybody knows, please let us know. But this again like underlines the urgency of being able to digitally capture these documents, because we do not have a digital recording or a photograph of this item. And now, because of somebody else's greed and carelessness, this is what happens. And sometimes there's an attitude of, oh, well, I think it was just a copy, or we have it somewhere else. And unfortunately, we cannot, we just cannot have that attitude. First of all, just because I really don't think that there are copies, but then also, you know, like this is literally our history just dying before our eyes. So just to sort of wrap up, because I know that I'm basically standing between us and lunch, I guess. So with the activities that we plan on doing with the funds, so, you know, there's the basic activities of, again, like assessing what we have, prioritizing what needs to be captured, and getting it into a digital format. We're going to leverage the fact that we don't have a lot of space, but part of what I put in for the grants, which I'll show you in a second, are for 2 touchscreen kiosks that will allow us to display other parts of the collection, and also help to be more engaging and provide, hopefully, like a more robust experience. And I think that alone is an enormous undertaking, which, you know, we're beginning to get going with doing that. And then, as you can see here, actually, this is a device that Elliot had mentioned, another one of these expensive measurement devices, but it's called like an Artec Leo, and you also use that to, like archaeologists use that in order to create like 3D files. But, you know, like down the road, hopefully we'll be able to also accommodate things like that. And the goal with the files is that our partners at Hamilton College, I believe we need to formally approach them about this, is be able to actually house and then ingest into their system these files, so that we can have it in a format just like you see here with the 32 documents that they were able to record fully. And then just have it, again, like in a searchable, user-friendly format, so that not only can we begin to try to monetize access to certain documents, but then just for academic purposes, or just whoever would like to access them can actually see the files. And then I'm just going to end off by talking about something that's a bit more of like a personal project, but something that I'm actively working on bringing to the society, and that I hope that also should be able to maybe squeeze this in a bit with the Memory of the World Project, is also going to different institutions and digging through their archives and showing the different images that they have. So this is just my armchair sleuthing, where For instance, I went on the website for the International Center for Photography, and there was a collection that was bought at a garage sale in the 70s by someone, and then that person died and donated this to the museum. And I encourage you all to go on that website and look, because what it was a collection of glass plate negatives that the man's name was Blackburn, and he was a charcoal merchant. And what he did was he went around the Caribbean. He was based in Brooklyn, New York. And he was an amateur photographer, and he photographed Victorian Caribbean life. So it's another way of being able to basically like make the archives breathe by supporting it with visual material. And say, like, these images here, I had never seen these before, and these were found at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. And these are also available online. Now, granted, you know, some of it falls under different copyright permissions, but all of this information is here because the islands in the Caribbean changed hands so many times between so many nations. So if we go back, not only position ourselves and see ourselves as sort of like the root of the knowledge, be able to go to some of these sources and also bring that back. And that goes back to, instead of having this extractive exchange, that we can actually have a two-way exchange. Because also part of like what I just do for myself is that I will collect Victorian postcards, and it's been amazing where I've bought them from people in like Belgium and Brussels, and where you know, like they're fully written on the back. And one of the guys that actually asked me, it was like, why are you interested in these things? And I was like, well, my family is from this country. And he's like, well, I'm an architect and I tear down buildings, and this is some of the trash that I find, and I keep it and I sell it. And it's just really sad that all of these bits of ephemera are just like out there, and we don't necessarily have like a formal collection of it. So like when I scan these things on my own and then I show people, and they're like, wow, I've never actually seen that image, or I haven't seen that version. Like there's so much photographic history that's out there that also needs to be digitized and centralized and actually brought back to like where it's from. And also just quickly, this one's from the Library of Congress, and I had never seen this. And this is a picture of a man who was enslaved, and it's one of those viewing cards or magic lantern slides that, you know, like people in Western countries were given to sort of entertain themselves. And I had never seen this before. And then I'm gonna end on this one, which is fantastic. And I don't know if anybody is familiar with this image or what this is depicting here, but I think that this is a really good one to sort of end off, because it shows the spirit of the resistance that's in all of us and our cultures. And these are people that were prisoners for practicing obia, or I'm gonna invoke the word, but it, you know, like really just for practicing a basic set of African healing processes that were then demonized by the British and the Spanish and the French. And it's amazing to see, first of all, how many of these people are actually from Nevis and other islands there. You can take a peek and see if you can find your island, but there's also lots of these types of mugshots in existence, and this was with the British Library. So again, trying to centralize these things, and then I even recognize some of these last names. So I don't even know if the people that have these last names in Nevis even know that maybe they had descendants that were imprisoned for their practices. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you very much. It's really been an honor sharing with you our intentions with the Memory of the World Project, and we hope we do you proud. Thank you. Oh, sorry, yes, questions? No? Sorry?
Hamilton College is
Hamilton College is in upstate New York. And
Thank you.
Yeah, and I believe that their concentration is on scholarship of Alexander Hamilton. So because we're the birthplace, they have like a vested interest in us, but it's also very specific. Yeah.
Stacey.
Oh, they did, okay. Okay, did everybody hear that? They have a massive Caribbean collection all the way back to the 1500s. I will be looking at that.
Stacy.
Yes.
Well, okay. Alison Flex Archer, Secretary General for the BVI National Commission for UNESCO. Stacy, thank you so much for that presentation. I'm really angry. That's the first thing.
Thank you, and you should be.
I am, because it brings me back to 2015 when I started the Memory of the World Committee, National Committee in the British Virgin Islands. And I felt, along with the others, we had the archivists, we had the perfect people on this committee, of which we are going to rekindle, especially after this meeting with the chief archivist, the chief librarian, director of culture, and we had lots of other stakeholders. It was about 15 of us. And I felt as if we were being held hostage because being an overseas territory of the UK, they hold our documents.
Yes.
So in order for us to get our documents for the Memory of the documentation, we had to buy.
Right.
That's a problem for me.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to say at this point, because I know that there's another session coming up, is that as a Caribbean, we need to leverage international partnership.
Yeah.
We need to band together and we need to speak out more about this because my blood is boiling right now. I'm smiling, but I'm really angry because it's taking me back to 2015.
Right.
Where when I saw those manuscripts, and I'm shaking because I'm angry, it just frustrates me. So on that note, I'm going to end.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, no.
Just to add, in the case of St. Vincent, when the archivist was doing the inscription for the Indian indentured register, because of the activism and the documentation of the Indian Heritage Foundation, they did a lot of research, especially Dr. Thomas. But we also have the African indentured registers, and there is no information on that. So that is another register we could also inscribe, but it's the documentation that we don't have.
And do you think that that resides in the UK?
I believe
More than
so.
likely? Yeah, and also they're behind these walls of either Ancestry.com or, like different churches or even like universities, which is also a shame.
I'm not going to ask a question, but I just want to say thank you.
No, thank you. I cannot thank you guys enough for allowing us to be here today.
Hi, I just needed some clarification from the British Virgin Islands. When you spoke about the documents that you identify and you said you had to buy them, I don't understand. No. Because you don't have to.
Thank you. So in order for us to see them, we have to go. In order for us to get them, we have to buy them. So it's either one of us had to go to the UK because they're overseas, right? And government wasn't going to pay for that at the time for one of us to go up to get to visually see the document. So for that element, in terms of memory of the world, that's something we would have needed to revise, look at. And I don't think that it's fair that we should have to pay for our own documents. It's just like the slave registers. We have, there's a lady actually on the committee. She wrote a book on it. It's, do any of you know Dr. Patricia Turnbull? Maybe?
I know
No?
the name, yeah.
St. Philip's, the oldest church. Okay, anyway. She actually purchased some of the slave registers, copies of them, so it wouldn't be the original ones, and she has them actually in her book. But no, government was not going to pay for two people to go up to look at the documents and then come back to say, well, I saw the documents.
The thing is that, because I know for the memory of the world, because we know that all our documents, most of our documents, they are in churches, they are lodged all over the globe. So that we just need to identify where they are and begin to now partner with the owners, the current owners, so that there can be a nomination of it wherever it exists.
Right.
But once, wherever it exists, so you do not actually have to own it. Because also the other point, we are digitizing a lot and we look at the records that have been totally destroyed. But for the memory of the world, we need the originals also. That is why it's so important, regardless of where the originals are. Some of our most outstanding scholars, authors, and so on, their collections are not in Trinidad and Tobago. Naipaul is in
So our originals are in the UK archives.
You need a partner of the UK archives.
Well, that's where the problem is.
Yeah.
We're an OT, but we're having problems. That whole story on 10 years, we are there in that 10-year issue. We are in the same place.
Yeah.
That 10-year problem. The UK, we are in overseas territory, but I'll tell you, we had the direct hit in 2017 of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. That was us. BVI, the eye was right over us. And when they came, they brought body bags. They didn't bring assistance or aid. They brought body bags. And they said the BVI looked as if, so they wanted to get rid of us. That's what we feel. I know we're online, and I don't know what the repercussions are on this, but you know it's in a book already. So no, that's public knowledge. They brought body bags for us. The soldiers said it looked as if an atomic bomb was thrown on the place. It looked like Afghanistan. We were a black spot on the map. So I'm saying there should be a partnership, but in terms of getting our records, there's always an issue. There's always an issue. The chief archivist, of which Rita was asking me about yesterday because she met him. He was on the Memory of the World Committee. I did submit his name. He left government without seeing this through. He was on the committee because we had difficulty. He was the one that was trying to get the records as the chief archivist. Couldn't get the records. We could not even see the records.
Yeah. I could say something to, I've done a lot of research at Kew, as well as the French archives. Yes, I have had to pay for things in pounds, maps and things like that. But I think they have always been willing. And I knew that I wanted something for an exhibition. And they said, as long as we're not willing to charge for entrance to it, they will give us copies of things for free. So I think it's just a matter of meeting them. And maybe it's the people I knew. But I know in all of the interactions I've had with the National Archives in the UK, it's always been they interact with me on that level and they're willing to help. I actually think it's one of the perfect cases for reparations because these are our documents. And sometimes I even use it without getting permission because I'm willing for somebody to challenge me because I think this is something we should take to court because these are our documents. It's my history. It's my heritage. And I applaud the fact that they've kept these documents because we would have destroyed if we kept it. So I am not saying, but I do think that we should be able to make some kind of noise about it because it is part of our heritage. Thanks.
So just a small remark. For years, Carbika has been reaching out to the National Archives of UK to discuss this topic. We invited also one of the top directors at one of our conferences, and it's challenging. But we started the discussion, and later this year we are having a conference, the International Council on Archives, and I will be meeting the new director, the new keeper. So I'm going to discuss this again. And, we have to start somewhere because Trinidad, Barbados, and all the other islands are also having this issue. It's a challenge. But we have to start the discussion. And with regards to Memory of the World, you don't have to see the physical document. You can reach out to the keeper of the National Archives and ask him to, I'm not sure if you are willing to submit a joint nomination. So that's the case. Do you want to submit your own nomination or a joint nomination? So you have to think about that. Okay, so that's another, yes, I know. So we have to think about this. Oh.
Hello.
I just wanted to highlight a book that was donated by an author last year, Mandy Banton. Anybody ever heard of her? So she came to St. Vincent and she donated a book, Administering the Empire, 1801 to 1968. It's a guide to the records of the Colonial Office in the National Archives of the UK. So all of the records that, she has a list of all the different records based from the islands, all the different islands and all the records that's in the UK.
And then also some of the defunct departments, because I think there was they used to have all these foreign offices that don't exist anymore, so it's all, okay.
It's all in the book.
Gotcha.
So it's by Mandy Banton, Administering the Empire. Mandy Banton. Banton. Mandbanton.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see we have another one of our participants online, Mr. Dunstan Newman. If you'd like to say a few words, we'd be very happy to hear from you. You want to?
during this thing, yes. Right.
What, sorry, what are you talking about? Margaret?
Yes, so Gregory has an email Gregory. So Gregory will sign it. So whatever it is,
Hi, everyone. If you can just bear with us a few minutes. We have online some participants from the University of the West Indies, quite similarly to Stacy. They are the recipients of an award, and we've provided them with a little space in the program to share briefly with us how they'll be using the funding and to tell us a little bit about how that project will impact the ability to preserve the documentary heritage in their collection. So just give us a few minutes, please. Thank you.
Or
Yes, I get it.
yeah, I didn't get it. I opened it, but I tried
The link?
multiple email logins and I couldn't get access.
It said request access? Okay, so let me just share. So of the icon.
She said, well, first time I met you were on the book. You brought a dance company.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We're very happy to have with us Miss Nicole Lewis-Prawl and Mr. Dunstan Newman, both from the University of the West Indies. They are both recipients of a grant provided by the Japanese Funds and Trust through UNESCO. Yes, and we'll now give them the floor to share with us a little bit about their project. Nicole and Dunstan, over to you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. Are you hearing me? Hello?
Nicole, yes, we're hearing you. Please go ahead. Yes, we're hearing you fine.
All right, thank you. Afternoon again. Yeah, okay, that's Dr. Hector?
Yes.
All right. So my name, as you can see, is Nicole Prawl, and I am a public services librarian in the public service section of the University of the West Indies Library. So I'm going to share with you a little about how UNESCO, Memory of the World, has impacted this library. In 2023, one of my targets as a new librarian here was to write a proposal to improve the environmental conditions of the UWI main library. Right, when I came here, issue and still continue to struggle with a number of issues, mold being the major one. And not only is this confined to the main library, it is also seen in the other branches, which are the medical, the law, and the science and engineering branch library. So I came, when I just came, because I've been here for about 2 years and 2 months, or 6 months, and I observed that the environment was in need of things that will help control the growth of mold and just the unstable environments that I was in. Unfortunately, I don't have data to back up what I have seen, but having come from another entity, I could easily identify what problems there were here, based on an experience. So I believe that a solution for this would be to invest in getting dehumidifiers that would help with the control of mold, and also data loggers that would log room temperature and the relative humidity of the areas of the area. So when I got the chance to write the proposal, my supervisor apparently with a few other senior members of staff, and she identified this grant, and she said, you know that Mrs. Sproul has just written a proposal, and I think that this proposal will be suitable for applying for this grant. And then she came back from that meeting, and that was for me to do. So right away, I started to make, I got the template and I started to fill out the relevant information. And when you get these templates from UNESCO, you know this to UNESCO, but they're quite comprehensive. There's a lot of information that you have to put in. So I had to be getting invoices for the dehumidifiers, and your invoices would have to be current. And sometimes between contacting the vendor and trying to get it can be a little challenging because they're not working on your time, they're working on their time. And in all fairness to them, it takes a bit of time to prepare an invoice. And there's a culture in Jamaica, sometimes they give out invoice and you might not necessarily get the business, because some persons might not be so, enthused to want to give you an invoice. However, the long and short of it, in gathering all this information, guess what? It was the wrong form. That was not the form that was needed. So I had to go back to the drawing board, contact the UNESCO, one of the UNESCO representatives here in Jamaica who was a librarian, and start out all of that, and got the right template to fill out. And again, it started over. So in doing this now, fill out the necessary again, contacting all the various stakeholders, getting the relevant information, filled out that form that was due by February 26th of 2023, got it just in the nick of time to send it off to UNESCO. It's time to relax a bit, but lo and behold, no, not at all. Wasn't hearing from UNESCO, so contacted them, and they responded that, they were in the process of sorting out and putting, what needed to be put together in order to contact persons. And as soon as they have the relevant information, they would contact me. And I believe within a week or 2 weeks, they did contact, and it was with excellent news. They said, well, Mrs. Sproul, we're glad to say that we are pleased to say that we will be helping you in procuring these necessary equipment. That is, giving them money to help you purchase these necessary equipment. And it will not only be for Mona Main Library, it will be for all of Mona's branches, inclusive of the Western Jamaica campus. And it was happy times here, especially me as a new person here, to know that I applied for a grant and it was actually successful, because the grant process, the filling out of those forms, can be quite a tedious, long process and back and forth. But not knocking it, because in the end it is worth it. I want to use this medium to tell UNESCO fans, to tell the representatives that I've been communicating with, thank you for all the help. We're still in the process of finalizing some things, because as I've said, it's been a back and forth, because now and then they need clarity on information, like for instance, your bank account, historical records of the entity, all of that. But we know that in the end, we will be getting our grant, and it will aid in purchasing our data loggers and our dehumidifiers. Yeah, Mr. Newman wants to say something, so hand over to him.
Okay, just to add, hi everybody, just to take away from the presentation is that lessons learned is that in trial and error, it was a daunting process, but most institutions there are the guidelines that you have to follow, win or win lose. And even if you don't get the first time around, don't be discouraged. You can have because of experience. You're also people with the best. So you need enough time in advance to actually plan. UNESCO, so you follow them and they show that you wish to follow. What also the takeaway that Nicole probably has got, but modesty that are allowed to be on the open shelf. That what she did was supposed to actually benefit the entire library system, which is a plus. So therefore her skill as preservation librarian, in addition to other person who assisted in the grant, whether we're sitting down to troubleshoot, who assisted also, the grant writing process is more likely beneficial when you have a team of persons working on it. And do not be afraid to reach outside to your colleagues in the field who have been successful to give you some advice also. So in all, Nicole said it was wonderful to approach UNESCO, and we will be approaching them in the future because we are one of the members of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. And the grant was in the amount, nobody has asked us yet, but the grant was in the amount of $26,000 US.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Newman and Ms. Prawl. I wonder if anyone here in the room has any questions or would like any clarifications. Going once, going twice. All right. Well, thank you for sharing those experiences. I think it's very important what you said about being persistent, keep going, and also reaching out to other persons in your network to get tips on how to improve, how to advance, etc. Because as the saying goes, if you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. So I encourage everyone. And today we're in an even more difficult funding environment. So be strategic, be persistent, look at your proposals, get tips from those around you, and certainly you will succeed. So thank you all for joining with us. Now I'll hand back over to Ms. King.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Hector and colleagues, for having us.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, right. So I guess it's lunchtime, Janelle. We're ready for lunch? No? Or you want to have lunch? Lunch. Okay, so it has been a very interesting morning. And again, we all share similar experiences. And this afternoon, after our luncheon session, we're hoping that we would be able to get some strategies, some solutions, benchmarks to see how best we can help each other across the islands. So at this time, Jenny will break for lunch. What time are we to convene? To reconvene? 45 minutes? Right? So, okay, so we're back at 2:30. All right? So it's a good time for everyone to do a little refresh yourself. And I am going down the road to get Miss Simmons stuff for her. Yes. Right? Yes, I'm going to get some stuff for myself. And of course, you yourself too.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to do just like Miss Barber, right? You all just had lunch, and you're all on the slouchy side. And remember, when we were in primary school, we were told to get up and stretch, and my friend from the media there is still having his plum pudding pie. But you're going to have to all get up and stretch, because I was almost sleeping earlier, you know. But it was because the conversation was really interesting, right? I noticed some of you don't want to get it. Works, you know, because I'm a very boring presenter. Very, very boring. And we don't want you all sleeping after lunch. So, remember what was the exercise yesterday? Right? We put our hands up, and then what else? Go and tell me. Up. And then down to the side. Up, up, up. And down to the other side. Oh, wow. You should see you all. It looks good. Anyway, you all may be seated for now, because you're all going to change places. This is a working group. And so I've put all the persons in media together. So my friend in the orange, yes, sir, was eating the plum pudding pie. You're going to sit down at the front desk right there. Right? See, I know you all. Right? And with that group, the lady from Guyana, I know. She has on a red top, boasting that she works with UNESCO. Okay? All right. So the next group, we're going to have the lady from, who's from St. Martin? How many are you? All right, so you're going to stay at that desk. And you're going to stay at that table. You're going to work with Aruba. Yeah, I know you're Aruba. And St. Lucia. Who's St. Lucia? Oh, she's not in the room now. Grenada? Yeah, you're going with that group over there. And the lady from Nevis, where's she gone? Yeah, my new friend. BVI. Where's BVI? Okay. So you're going with that group there. So the other two ladies at that table need to move, because they're coming over. All right? Let me see the group now from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Can you all stand, please, except the man in the orange? St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Public libraries, go to the back table where the lady from Trinidad is. Trinidad, you're gonna move. Yeah. Where the other Trinidadians? Go and sit with her. All the Trini people, go and sit together. It's carnival time. Trini people, how many Trini? 3 of you? You need 2 more? You need 2 more players? D-Lock, you want to sit with them? St. Lucia, you're going with the community here? St. Lucia. I'm going to put her with the communication group. Yeah, changing her. Yeah. You go with the Trini, and they'll teach you about carnival. No, that's not the Trini group. Oh, that's the Trini group. Trini went, yeah. So it's only 2 of you? Look like she needs to sit with the Jamaican group. Huh? Right, so the St. Vincentian folks, can the ones from the public library sit together? That's the public library group? 3 of you? No. What about this gentleman here? Let me tell you, I'm an information specialist, you know, so I know things. Can you go and sit with your group, sir? Where are the other? Sit with the... No, what happened? You're going to sit with Paul. You and Paul are going to be the judges. Because remember, we have some really good gifts given away for this session. Right? So you and Paul, you will be the judges. They're going to present at the end of the day, and I'm going to tell you the criteria when I come down, when they're deliberating. All right? Madam, you're a note taker, so you're not going to take part in this thing, right? Because you have work to do. Right. So the group down the back, you're from Vinci. You're Vinci people. So since it's 4 years, you work in what they call special libraries. Huh? 5? 7 of you? You could go with the media, all right? That lady beside the lady from Guyana, where are you from? You're in the media? Yes. At where? Some from St. Vincent. Okay. All right. So the group down the back, you're fine? So we're ready now? All right. So I've divided you all into groups. You're going to select a scribe, a presenter, and a team lead. So one person going to lead the group. All right? And we have our 2 judges here. Well, 3 of us. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups. The group at the back, 3 and 3, 6. The Trini group, you okay over there, Trini? No more Trini. All right. All right, so the group that's going to work on the communication plan. I soon go into the presentation, you know, right? You all know how to do a communication plan, I'm assuming. Yes? All right, we have a lecturer, a top lecturer from the University of the West Indies, Mona Campus, with us. And she will guide the group in terms of the communication plan, I'm sure. So the next group is the Trinidadians. I want to know, do you have a disaster plan for your library? You have one already? A disaster plan. Okay, all right. So what you can do is upgrade the sections, all right? You remember it out of your head what needs to be upgraded? No? If not, in terms of time, maybe you just look at the priority collections. All right, the group around the back, you are all from 4 different organizations. You all have disaster plans? Everybody? You don't have any? You have a disaster plan? St. Martin, you have disaster plan? Right, so the rest of you are going to help him to develop a disaster plan. All right? The group at the public library, you have a disaster plan? Well, you're going to develop one today. All right? And the last group that has the six of you guys, I don't know, you're mixed special libraries. All of you have disaster plans? Huh? All right, out of all of you, which one from a library? How many from a library? Put up your hands. Nobody from library? Any of you? Anybody is not, is it the only public library, is the only library here? No. You have what special libraries that are in companies, you know, right? So the public libraries stay together. What that lady doing over there? But if I... No, they don't. Dr. Hector, they don't know that I know them, by now. We have a lady from St. Lucia sitting with the group of public libraries.
The saints.
If you... They run you? No space? All right. The group, all right, I'll let you stay with them for now. Or you want to go with the Trini group? Go over and sit with the Trini group. Because sending people over by that table, sit with the Trini group. All right. So 2 persons going to go over to the public library. Public library, pull 2 people from that group, or 1. All right. So the 5 of you that are there, where are you from? Ministry of Education? None of you have libraries?
Something like a library. National Trust, Ministry of Culture.
And they have little collections there. All right, so what you're going to do, whichever is a larger collection, you're going to help her to develop her disaster plan. All right? And then when you finish, you're going to send them back to me in Jamaica, and I'll help you to have a finalized plan. So at the end of the day, you have some draft. All right? So let's get going now. So the presentation is up. Can somebody get the presentation up and running? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As you can see, the presentation is going to focus on developing institutional action plans. Right? The hurricane season will soon begin in June. Are we prepared? Are we prepared? Yes, no? We are all keepers of cultural heritage. You remember the lady from Nevis who was speaking, and she showed us the document which they had put in the freezer. It is important that we safeguard these resources for use for future generations. They say the loss of a country's archives and vital records have serious effects on interpreting a country's history and culture. Now, I am not going through all these slides. I had these up for another presentation, but just to show you some background information on the Caribbean. But you all know this already, right? Which is the smallest island? There you go. And this is just a chart which was showing the temperature control throughout the different months. This is just giving you some background that libraries are challenged. I have now recent data because I used to work at a particular institution, and from I left there, I didn't upgrade this. So I'm hearing a lot of other disasters that have been occurring in libraries throughout the year. And even this ash in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I just knew about this when I was preparing this presentation, because some of you may or may not know June Pamela Barber, you know her? She's a consulate in Jamaica. Good, she used to be my neighbor. Yeah. Really? We're gonna have to talk, all right? Go Jamaica. So, June now, she got some supplies which she sent down here. So it was all over in our media. And I'm like, what? I didn't know that happened any at all that occurred. So it's good when we have these data and we really show people the evidence that these disasters do affect libraries in the Caribbean. All right? You remember yesterday I told you that it was which hurricane became the turning point? Anybody remember? We're giving away prizes, you know, but you have to answer. Anybody remember about hurricane? No, man. Gilberta 88. Hurricane David in 1979 affected Dominica. And how many people were homeless? Very good, 80%. So can you make note, sir, of all the people who are answering? Because they are going to get a prize. All right, we have the prizes and giveaways. Any of you know about Ripley's? There you go. You're on target. You're on target. All right, so all of you were talking about the fire in Barbados. I took these from their paper, from the newspaper that we had in Jamaica. So I'm just showing you how it affected the building. All of the top floor, and they lost all the things that were in Block D. So we're getting into the real crunch of things now. So we're going to look at the process of planning. So when those of you who have never, ever done a disaster plan, the first thing you're going to do is initiate the planning process and assign responsibility, just like what I did when I came. We had a scribe, we have a team leader, what else? Huh? There you go. Dr. Hector, are you making note? You must make the note of who are answering, you know. Yeah, and then I raffle the prize. All right? The Ripley's prize. Okay? Yeah. So you're going to have to assign the responsibility and, of course, educate the committee. Because persons, you know that we have disasters in the Caribbean, yes? But do you know what to do? So you can invite someone to come in, you know, and talk. I mean, if you want to pay for Beverly Lashley to come down to your country and educate the committee, right? Tell you what to do, roads. Pardon me? Somebody said something? No? I'm hearing voices then. Wow. So you're going to educate the committee, right? And have these meetings. And you have them with different members of staff, right? And well as persons from outside, like the fireman, like the police, right? You have meetings with them so you know that when you do have a disaster, exactly what to do. So, because there's a practical activity, I'm not going through all of these slides and speaking long on them because I'd rather you do the work. All right? So one of the first things you're going to do, you're going to establish the goals and the time frame. And you compile a telephone tree. And what will this tree entail? The main persons who you're going to call. So we have a system at our library where if there's a fire, you get a call on my phone, there's a potential fire at the National Library of Jamaica. And that sound not going off until you answer the phone and whatever. Right? So you have a telephone tree to know who to call for what, when, where, and why. You listen of your disaster action team, and I think they said that normally that team must be more than about 6 persons. So you try to make your team as small as possible. And you must prepare your plan. It was in this slide before where they say establish the goals and the time frame within 3 to 4 months. So when you form your committee, your disaster action committee, you make certain within 3 to 4 months you all meet and end up having a draft like what my friend gonna have at table 5. She's gonna have a draft when she leave here, and at least you have a draft of what to do. So you identify book and drying spaces. So we have the whole car outside there that is asphalted. We set up out there with some tables, and who was it? A presentation was done with somebody showing the leaf, the toilet tissue. I think it was Trinidad. Right. She showed us exactly what to do when you're going to dry leaf using hand towel and drying them. So you need to find drying spaces. You need to locate local freezers. We actually have an arrangement with a food storage company. So if we do have a disaster with many, many books, we can easily just send them down to that place, right? You have a list of local equipment and supply resources. Who sell the board to button up the window? Who sell the nail? Who sell, you know? You have all of those, and you make prior arrangement with them, because when we have our, what's our system when we requisition, we have to ensure that they are already in our system, the suppliers, so that we use these persons, that it goes much, much faster. And they have there a building audit. Now, I have a sample of a building audit from the University of Syracuse Library. I used to speak a lot about disaster management some years ago. When I tried to find this document so I could share the URL with you, seemed not to be up. So anybody who has any interest in knowing how to do a building audit can let me know, and I'll give you a copy of this. I'll scan it and send it to you. All right? And remind me, you know why? Why, my friend? Yeah. Why you must remind me about this? There you go. Dr. Hector, write that down again. All right? So now you're going to set up a reporting schedule, right? They set a reporting schedule and the lines of communication, and that's what's going to happen with group. That group, we call them group number 1, right? So they are going to do a communication plan, because you have to know who to speak to the media, you know. And you know what I notice a lot in Jamaica? It's not the CEO, you know. It ends up being the public relations and communication manager. They are the ones, when you hear how they speak to the media, I'm like, wow, right? Very articulate. But when you now call on me, the CEO, and I go and use the wrong terminology or say it in such a way that, you know, so we have to know who we're going to use, and that's why that team over there, team 1, is important. You're going to have vital records. They say you must assess the collection, and all of this is in the planning stage. So you don't wait till the hurricane occurs, right? Before, you're going to look at the collection and set what they call priorities. Which records are vital to you? What about the first set of publications in Jamaica that go back to 15-something? The first paper that was ever published in Jamaica. Those are irreplaceable. You'll never, ever get them back. The whole registry of slaves in Nevis, never, ever going to find back those information. So those are vital. What is important? Like your catalog. It's important, but at least you can make it back after, right? Because you're going to have some of the records here. Maybe some of the things even change. But at least you can get back some of those records. Books are useful, and they call non-essential, like your receipts, invoices, and even periodicals. All right? They're saying here that the value of the collection is second only to the building. So it's best that you have a collection and prepare what they call a priority list. Any of you have a priority list in your disaster plans? Anybody, not even one person? Okay. Priority listing. So there you go. So that's what you can use as a template, right? And how I'm doing this presentation, the team that's doing communication, I'm just going to stop every 5 minutes, and you continue working on your communication plan. So the rest of you will be looking at the priority listing, and you'll be doing that. But I realize that I have 2 other slides to go, because I think I have it further down. And if not, I'll come to it. Remind me, it's slide number 9. what the literature is showing, that emergencies that affect less than 500 books will be dealt with, can be dealt with by an individual institution. But can you imagine when that figure reaches 5,000? This they regard as catastrophic. That's how it's pronounced, Ms. Barber? Good. And would need external assistance. Disaster plans become necessary to eliminate panic and chaos. I'm going to be interchanging the institutional action plans and disaster plans because I'm really used to saying disaster plans, but because I was given the topic institutional action plans, so whenever you hear me say disaster plans, it's really institutional action plans I should be saying. Okay? You all right with that? They said an institutional action plan is a document that details the strategies of an organization to deal with disasters or emergencies. The plan should not be a finite document, but a working document. You remember what the Trinidadians had said, the group here? That they have a plan, but it needs updating. It's a working document. And that is why some persons put it in a binder. You remember when you were going to school and you had that folder? No? Is me one in the old age? When you have the folder with the binders and you put in the folder leaf? Dr. Hector, look like it's me and you alone in that era. You know about it? Thank you. Good. So that is one of the things that they're suggesting, that you put your disaster plan in, that you can easily slip in the page. All right? So let us now look at the contents of your disaster plan. I'm trying to go very fast because I want you to do the work. All right? So you're going to have your cover, your introduction, your emergency instruction and information sheet, prevention and protection measures, and this is saying like the survey of your physical facilities, the internal building hazard survey, or the external building survey. Some of the times what I actually do when I do this exercise, some persons, if we're doing the one building, some of you would actually have to go out and look and see what are the various hazards. You notice when we're coming up in this building, what did they have outside? You notice when you're coming in? Yes, you had steps and you had a ramp. So they had the ramp for me. But what if there was no ramp? That's right. So that is why in your disaster plan, that's one of the things you would recommend. Because the disabled persons like me need that ramp to walk up. I see my friend over there laughing. She never knew I was disabled, you know. Huh? She didn't know. So now you know. So you have the response, recovery, the appendices, and what would you have in the appendices? Think. Huh? Yes, resources. Yes, good. What else? No, man, that's round the front already. Eh? That's round the front. You know what that round? No? But you could have it there. Huh? Okay, we'll accept that. She's saying pictures of the stuff, so you get yours as well. So Dr. Hector, they get half a point each, right? You'd want your floor plans, because that's very, very important. And then somebody had said it earlier, the bibliography. Because remember I told you our website, the Syracuse University, if that was still up, then you'd need that to show other and the different places where you can get different things. All right? We're going through. So, we're there at the introduction. You're going to get, how much minutes I must give you to write the introduction? 5 minutes? Now the communication group, you focus on your communication plan. So each time we break, you work on the communication plan. The other persons, do the introduction. 5 minutes. Who's going to be my timekeeper? But my group over here, when are you tell me when 5 minutes up here? Right. You must be there busy working. You're from where, ma'am? You're from where? St. Vincent? Okay, you're going to get a special prize. Ready? Introduction. So see what the introduction do? You describe the purpose and the scope of the plan. Instructions on how to use the plan. The date the document was revised, that goes for the Trinidadians. The person who is responsible for compiling the plan and your table of contents. Kathy? You don't need me again. Pardon me? You wanted confirmation, that's what you must be doing? Introduction. The purpose and scope of the plan. So this plan will cover the Trinidad, what do you call itself again? All right. The plan will cover the National Library of Jamaica. The building audit. If they, to make copies and give the group, so much. It's a big document, you know. Look. I'm a librarian, I don't normally love to give away my documents. It's halfway, you know, tell him it's not the full thing. All right, so we have our host. Our host is getting it photocopied, and you'll all get a copy, all right, of a building audit. That is very, very important to do. Yeah, if you want. If you want to, I'm not giving them anything or whatever. I was just allowing you to rest. So go and sit with them. Yeah, go and sit with them. How many minutes more? You have 1 minute more. 30 seconds left. Okay, let's regroup. We're regrouping. Remember, you're going to have a little time to modify when I'm finished. Okay? So the next thing on your disaster plan is the emergency instruction and information sheet. And normally this is a one-pager. Some persons put it up on their notice boards at their workplace so that at all times it's visible that people can see. And really it's saying what is the immediate steps for collection emergencies. So they're looking at collections. What do? You guys are the volcanic ash. You have a particular strategy that you use, right? You get your plastic. Plastic you get? I'm just asking because we don't have that in Jamaica. Huh? Okay. Right. So you have these things and you have them in an emergency kit or an emergency room, right? Depends on, or you have a storeroom, but somewhere you know where everybody knows, right? With us, we know when it's holiday or they say now they're going to have a lot of rain and everybody go for the plastics and we all cover down, all right? So for water coming from below, you move the books to a higher shelf because some persons may even have collections in basements. We actually are near the sea and in our basement, the water comes up, but we don't keep anything in that basement, all right? You move books to another location. I hope you are all listening, you know. I notice the communication group, they're still having their discussion and they are not focusing on listening to what happens when you have, you're developing your disaster plan and you have a page on emergency instruction and information sheet. So one of the things which is very, very important, you don't want when a disaster is occurring, you're going looking for the name of the plumber and the plumber number, right? So you have all of those on the one sheet, the emergency sheet, the name of the plumber, who to contact, right? The name of the disaster coordinator or disaster action team or whatever you want to call them. Their names and numbers are there visible for all to see. And you try to incorporate persons who live in close proximity, okay? I remember one night, get the call. There may be a possible fire. There may be a possible fire at the National Library, possible fire at the National Library. When I look outside through the window, dark night. Let me see show of hands who know Jamaica and Kingston. All right. 2 hands? Only 2 people know Kingston? And you know where the National Library is, right? Down by the seaside. Now imagine me leaving all the way, you know what they call uptown? Uptown to go downtown in that dark night. So I can't share with this team right now exactly what I did because I'm being televised, but I did go. I did respond, okay? I did go. All right. So that is why it is important to ensure that person who live in close proximity to the institution. And now what we've been doing is using technology. So we have our WhatsApp group. All who are not on WhatsApp, we know, because some persons at that time weren't on WhatsApp. So persons who don't have WhatsApp, they tell us and we call them straight. All right? So this is what our emergency information sheet looks like. So the number for the CEO, the director of buildings, it's good to know the electrical company. The fire station as well is important. Plumbing services, all right? And the nearest police station. Well, not necessarily hospital now, because this is in terms of the situation at your institution, all right? So do you want 5 minutes to do this? Okay. You want 5 minutes to do this? Except communication group. Communication group, continue working on your plan. Can my timer, can you start the time for me? Good. You know what I love about this group? All of us are working together for the same cause. And I think this telephone tree is really applicable to those who don't have a disaster plan or those who need to update it. How many minutes, sir? Oh. You have 2 minutes to go. Now with this section, you can just put in some fictitious numbers, you know. Yeah. So it's supposed to get finished. Yeah? So you finished with this section? Yes? Are there any mics at the desk? Can we finish this section? Yes? Table 5? Can we finish this section? My colleagues from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You're table 5. Can we move on? All right. Okay, no problem. 1 minute to go. Ten seconds to go. Okay. Can I have your attention, please? Remember earlier I spoke to you about the priority list. So we're going back to it now. So this is where now you're going to look at your priority collections. I mean, for us, our rare book collection is very, very important. I mean, in the case of a fire and you could pull 2 books, then you move quickly. Oh, that's a good idea. But you didn't do all of it though, right? You stopped part of it. You do to here. It was just to here. Okay. Oh, it was put in the wrong order. Huh? Anyhow, so if you want to give them all of it. What you say, per country. All right. So our building audit form is actually available, but we're going to give 1 per country. We're strategizing, saving on paper, as Dr. Hector would say. All right? And I know you all live good. Each country, look how they sit there nicely working together. So we're going to get 1 per country. All right, so we're now at the priority listing. So can you now focus on this? My colleagues from Trinidad, are you okay? Oh, you're good? Okay. So you finished the priority listing? You have one already? And you have where it's located and the type of material? Because the type of material is very important, you know. Huh? And the resource person. Huh? All right. So the sections, because you didn't carry a disaster plan with you, but the sections which need upgrading, you've been upgrading it. Good. All right. You never started already? Yes. 5 minutes for this one. So you have 4 minutes left. Come on. 3 minutes left. What I appreciate about this group, Dr. Hector, every one of them, they're really into this exercise. I mean, I didn't know how much you would really like it, but I'm glad you all are so engaged. Some of the persons not even looking at me. Okay, you have 1 minute left. And a very important component of your disaster plan is your security. Okay? Your security is a very, very important person when it comes to your disaster plan. All right, your time is up. And there's a question from my group number 4. Come, let's regroup. And there's a question coming from group number 4. Can they get a mic, please? There's a mic at your table, sir.
1, 2.
Can you pass it to them?
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Our question is the amount that is there, is it the amount we want to save or the amount that is in the particular collection?
The amount, the cost for the collection. Because those are the things that
money. Oh.
They are, well, listen, and the numbers, right? I have to put 2 things in now, and the numbers. So you know you have your rare books, and you have 20 of them.
Okay.
Okay? And the cost is important because if they can be replaced.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you.
But are these collections insured? Like, does anybody have insurance on these? Like, okay.
Can somebody give her a mic, please? I mean, I'm hearing you, but I'm not sure how many persons.
Just a question. I was talking through it with the team on the table. So we have the Heritage Library Division, right? The division I'm in charge of. That's everything all about Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean. Inside the Heritage Library, we have the rare books room that have our more valuable other type of collections, our special collections from the prime ministers, the presidents, notable people. So when I'm looking at the salvage priorities in terms of what am I going to save first, you know, because you have your maps, with posters, with CDs, everything there is a stamp collection, very, very, very Babylonian. Yeah, your slave deeds, everything like that. So if I'm establishing these priorities in terms of what to save first, it's very difficult for me to be able to do. I mean, obviously, you say everything in the rare books room, but everything else in the collections are irreplaceable. The 2,000 clipped and mounted newspaper clippings that you won't get anywhere else is irreplaceable. To me, I can't just get it back, and it's not digitized. Some of these books about the history of the Caribbean and the Las Casas and all these people, you don't get, it's first edition. You don't get anywhere else. And this is not in the Red Books room. They're in the general stacks of the collection. How do you really make those decisions?
Right. Well, those decisions really would be by your management team. So for me, if I was going to make a decision over saving something about Trinidad and something on the Caribbean, I would save Trinidad.
Yeah.
So those are the decisions that you guys just have to make. All right? We have our rare book room as well. We have our special collection. Nowhere in the world. I boast that when the Queen died, a team came from BBC. And within 5 minutes, we found what they wanted. That was in our special collection. So I'm just saying for you, you have to make these decisions. You have to make the decisions. Know what you'll irreplaceably, you'll never, ever go and find them anywhere.
Yeah.
And you have a book there about Jamaica, the first edition, and from 1220, right? The only book that you have there dating so far on Jamaica. Which one would you save? Huh? The things on Trinidad. God, that's what's important to you.
Yeah.
Right, so that's it. So the management team go and make those decisions.
Burn Caribbean, burn.
Eh? All right. So we're going to move on. All right, thanks for your questions. I like how you're allowing me to think and engage in. So, now that you have these special priority collections, you're going to put on your floor plan where they are. Because one of the things with the firemen, the firemen don't allow you to go in the building, They say when they finish what they're doing, their checks, that's when they allow you in the building, right? So you need to show them now where your important collections are, right? And this is where someone like Elliot Benjamin comes in, right? You can engage Elliot and let him do up your floor plans. Remember, he's an architect by trade, and he can design your floor plans for you. It's easy. And he can make a 3D, right? Right? And he'll give a discount. He told me earlier when we were talking that he would give a discount to the first 3 organizations who come for him to develop your plans. All right? Special, pardon me? The first 3, he said 3. The first 3, he'll give you a discount with your plans, your drawings, and he'll put exactly, color code it for you and put where the collections that are vital. What are the vital records? Vital records? Can somebody tell me what are vital records in a library? Irreplaceable. Just like what my Trini friend was telling me earlier. Irreplaceable. You never find them anywhere. All right? Okay. So we're going to move on in the contents of the disaster plan. And the next one is the whole prevention and protection measures. Remember I said to you earlier, if we did have time, I would have let us, or if we were at a library doing, maybe I should have done that, Let some of them go out and do the survey of the building. Yeah, that's what I should have done. Let you walk in the sun and go and do an external building hazard survey, and you do an internal building hazard survey, right? Environmental housekeeping hazards. You remember the lady from the Mona Library was telling you about these dehumidifiers and all of those things? So those are the things you would need to know You know, which sections in the building usually have mold and why? Why it usually has the mold? What is the environmental condition there? When you have a lot of film, you have a lot of film in any area, you have film in one area? Which, let me see a show of hands with the film. And what you have, what problems you have with the film. Somebody take the mic, you don't have a lot of film. No, or you don't have any problem.
I have lots of problems.
You have to have them under a particular temperature. If not, what will happen to them? That's right. Because they have the vinegar syndrome, right? So you have to ensure that you have them at particular temperatures. So these are the things that you would actually look for when you're doing your survey, all right? What about if you are remodeling a section? The whole construction, the supervision of the construction, you have to look to ensure. I mean, imagine on a Friday evening, and they didn't finish a section on the building, and you all went home, and then you had some heavy rain. You can imagine what would be happening there, right? So these are the preventative and protection measures that you have to put in your disaster plan. So you'd actually go, you can go on the internet, you know, and look for internal building hazard surveys. And if you don't find any, you let me know, because what had happened is I have one of my PowerPoints actually had websites to explore and would have had these things, but I didn't check them. I wasn't, because it's so much. I wasn't able to check them, so I didn't give you that slide.
The mic is on.
The mic is off. The mic is off, the mic is on. You want to talk? Oh, okay. So I'm just saying, if any of you cannot, the thing is, don't everybody say they can Google it now? And some people saying library is not important, right? You hear that talk? So I'm saying to you, you can Google and see if you find them. And if you don't find them, you just drop me an email. My email will be at the last slide, right? Because I'm a librarian, I love to help. That's me. It's a natural thing for me to just help persons when it comes to reference work. Okay? So the more work you give me, the happier I will be when I find it for you. All right? So the next slide has a disaster response checklist. All right? So this is before you have the disaster. How would you respond? So they're saying use this list as a guide to plan and organize your response to a collection emergency. So you're going to first assess your disaster situation, convene the disaster response team. Remember, you can call them disaster team, disaster preparedness team, whatever name you want to call them. So you all meet. You set up the command post. Where are you going to meet and have your discussion? What if the reference desk at the library, when you're coming in through the front there, that's where the damage was? What are you going to do? Do you have another way of going, another entrance to the building? All right. So I'm seeing the director pointing and showing me different ways of how they could enter the building. So these things you have to know in advance, you know. When we had COVID, I have to boast, the National Library of Jamaica was on top of the game. We all wrote a paper about it. We had our supplies when everybody else couldn't get supplies. We bought supplies and everything long time, right? Because we were prepared. And it's the same thing you do. If you're prepared, you won't have any problem because you already figure out what to do if the front of the library goes. All right? And like the Trinidadian colleagues over there, they're reviewing their written disaster plan. So you do that in advance. Don't wait till the day. Then when you call Dunn's Electrical, the number is no longer in service. Right? So you have everything ready and eliminate what they say all the hazards. Okay. We're going through the slides quickly. I love this. They're saying you must assess the damage to the collections. This is now responding, right? So you go now and you look and you see what's happening. When they call us tonight and say there's a possible fire at the National Library of Jamaica, there's a possible fire. When we go, guess what? We couldn't go in the building. The firemen came. We couldn't go. They had to go in the building. But as soon as they gave the go-ahead to go, we went in. They said, oh, no damage, whatever. And you see, when we went in, I said to my staff, can you go up and look? If we had all locked the building and gone home, you know what would have happened? Place would have burned down. There was a plug left in and the wires were raw. And when the fire gashing, that's what my staff went up and looked after the firemen left. So never, ever take it for granted. And they say, oh, yes, man, you all can go home. Because it's dark night, So everybody glad to go home. But go up yourself and you assess the situation, right? Activate your plans for acquiring your services, your supply, and plus your staff. Because remember, you're going to need the cleaning staff, You're going to need persons. Control the environment, stabilize it, organize your recovery team if something did occur, and you're going to train people. So one of the things that, it's going to be in the recommendation, the whole training of staff and having these drills and all of that occasionally. Sometimes when they put on the thing at work, I'm like, I know it's just, what you call it? Drill. And like, I have my work to do. And you hear, woo, woo, woo. And I'm like, I have my work. But we have to have these. And when you see the people running down this, I have to say, do not run down the stairs. Like they're running, like there's a real fire, because they don't know that it's a drill. They think it's really happening. So they are running and pushing over each other to get out the building. All right? Supervise the activities. Just like when I say I could come out of my office and I see them running and I say, calm down. You have to calm. During that period, I don't know if I should all tell you, we had some volunteers, some students working with us. And one of them, when she reached across she ran out into the road because we're on a major road downtown. And we usually have our staff go out with the stop sign and hold it so that the cars stop. The young lady never waited. She run right across the road where the car coming. And when she realized what she did, she dropped and fainted on the sidewalk. So you have to make certain that your staff, they are calm, because you never know what they will do. And I had to let one of my staffs carry her home. Because the state she was in, and remember, this was just a drill, This was not the real thing. And she panicked, and we had to take her home, right? So my communication team, they will communicate internally and externally, because they have to communicate to the staff, and they'll tell us everything about their communication plan and how they're going to communicate as well to the media. And one important thing, just as you have a scribe at your table, you must document all the activities. What I used to do years ago when I was in charge of a disaster information network, I would love these case studies. So I would have all these case studies of what was happening in Montserrat, and with the ash and the volcano. They lost their entire library, their public library, and had to start all over again. So I document these things, and it's interesting to see how, and I didn't even know that you guys had volcanic ash recently. That one passed me totally. Because, and when I saw it, I was like, whoa, I wonder what was it like for you all. It didn't affect you guys? Through the wind. Yeah. got affected. So now you know to seal the windows, cover all items, everything, right? So anybody ever introduced you to the silicone? It didn't work?
Next time there's a volcanic eruption, we'll invite you over before.
Pardon me?
Next time there's a pending eruption, we'll invite you over before.
To come and stay over before. And then how am I going to come on the plane? Okay. Now what this slide is saying, that this is the most detailed section of your plan, because the information will depend on the type of media. Because you're going to treat books different from AV, photographs, glossy paper. Everything is different, so you have to have the different type of media that you do have and how you're going to recover them. You see, when you document all of these things, it makes it so easy for you, right? We had some, what was it, earthquake or heavy rains recently in Jamaica, and the ministry sent to us, we must send a report of our damage. I was so proud. I don't even remember, it was one of the glass or something fell on one of the, that was all our damage. And we take the picture and we send it to the ministry because we were prepared. From you prepared, long weekends you're going off, lock off the water, lock off the light switch. You can do so many things because you never can tell. Usually it's when you have a long weekend or holiday that's when something occurs. You check it out and tell me if I'm lying. All right? See how we're nearly there? The appendix, you remember what goes in the appendix? Who said resources? Okay. Remember, you're going to get prizes, Any other? Floor plan. You're writing down the names over there. All right? And what else? What else? So I'm not looking this side, but I'm looking now and nobody's saying anything other than that I'm not looking that side and I'm looking. I'm saying in the appendix you can also have the list of resources. So you're not getting a prize for that one. All right? Yeah. So she'll get the prize for that one. All right? And I said earlier, your bibliography, your list of resources, where you find the things on the internet or the sources where you found the information. And as the librarians in the room will tell you about the different styles, MLA, APA, ACS, right? Those are the things that they study at library school. So they'll do the bibliography, or they call them list of references in any of those styles. All right. So we're going to move on to a different aspect. And this is really some recommendations. This is for persons who really have money. And I know the persons in St. Vincent, they have a whole lot of money here. Their government has been giving them funding so they can detect, use the different, detector systems, right? So when you have your very rare material, you are in advance, you find out how much it is to install a detector system. That it's just like how the fire station could tell us there's a possible fire. You have these detectors, smoke, heat, or flame detectors, right? and you'd have to call in some engineer and they actually set them up for you. So that was fire. You also have water-based systems, all right? But when you have your real paper-based, you have to be careful because if you wet them too much, you know, that's damage. That's almost like a hurricane, all right? So you have the sprinkler, the mist system, and the wet pipe sprinkler system. And they'll come and install those for you at a cost. Training. As I said to you, training is very important. You have these mock disasters. You involve all levels of staff, and you have discussion. It's almost like we have it down to a pat now. We know exactly what to do in the case of anything. And if you keep having these drills, it will be very, very good for you. And at all times, management must be aware that you're having these drills. All right? The activities you're doing. Wow. You realize that we're there now? Huh? Pardon me? The slide before? You don't want the PowerPoint itself? I'm going to send you all the PowerPoint, you know? Dr. Hector, do you have all of their emails? Which one do you want? Which slide do you want? You have all of their email? All right, so the PowerPoint is actually on this laptop. So this laptop is for, it's your laptop? Huh? Where are they? No, but they want the PowerPoint itself. You can arrange and they get it. So I'm leaving that to Dr. Hector to do, all right? So if you don't get it, don't blame me, blame the PNP. That's just a joke in Jamaica. All right? So we finished training, and we're saying you must always be prepared. An ounce of action is worth a ton of theory. So if you, honestly, I can tell you because I've lived through it. And I always smile. At the end of the day, we have earthquake, we have rains, and the National Library, which is a very old building, is still standing firm. All right? So for those of you who do need to get in touch with me, all right? Because they're going to give both myself and Mr. Benjamin some consultancy jobs. You're hearing? You keep hearing your name? Yes. I'm your marketing manager. So for those of you who want my email, it's quite easy. beverly.lashley@nlj.gov.jm. So at this point, I'm going to ask you if you have any questions, because I don't know how I'm doing for time. I'm just talking. I'm doing good for time, Dr. Hector? Because I want to give them... Will we pass? Okay, so I'm saying if you want 5 minutes more, if not, I'm going to start calling you up to present. You ready to present or you want 5 minutes more? Call you now? All right, so table 1 look like you're ready, or don't do that in that order. The table 5 first? All right, I'll tell you what. Who is ready? Okay, so we're going to start off with table 3. And my judges, can you I didn't get to talk to you about the criteria.
1, 2, 1, 2, testing.
All right, so you're going to stand with your group?
Okay. Oh, the group have to stand as well?
No, you're going to stay with your group, sorry.
Oh, okay.
You're going to stay with your group.
Okay.
And
so we're just doing the disaster plan, right? Like the action plan?
Let's hear what you're saying.
Okay, so our introduction The National Disaster Response Plan we just use the Caribbean because there's a lot of us from different islands.
Okay.
For the Caribbean is designed to enhance the capacity of the government to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. The purpose of the plan is to outline basic procedures for returning the country to the state of normalcy and quickly as possible following a disaster. It includes the establishment of a National Emergency Operations Center, a structure of various emergency committees, the roles and functions of government ministries and key departments, public utilities, statutory bodies, and non-governmental and other voluntary organizations. The plan was revised or made up on the 30th of April 2025, which is today. Persons responsible were Alison Flax Archer, John Angus Martin, Stacy Tyrrell, Peter Scholing, did I say it correctly? Yeah. See that word? Anelski Richardson and David Richardson. The emergency information sheet. So the CEO, we just use bogus names or mock names. Molly Jones was the CEO, 284-541-2222. John Sleepyhead was the director of buildings. The number is also listed as 284-541-2250. Boonats was the electrical, 284-541-2240. Ram Curry was the fire station. I love the names. 284-541-2291. Bobo Rara Plumbing Service. 284-541-7772. Listen, we had fun on this project, I must say. Jane Doe was the nearest police station. 284-541-7772. We also added 2 more because we think this was also important. I don't know if it was a bit forward of us, but we had the police station, we had the ambulance, we had the fire department as well. So Henry Peters was the ambulance, 284-541-2242, and Sam John for the fire department, 284-541-5012. The priority list, because we are from different organizations, we use different, let me see, did I do something here? Okay, I'm trying to go back. Okay, I got it. The priority list, based on the collections from the museum, we use the slave registry. It is a book, it was 1. The most important, it was 1, and the resource persons was John Doe. The collection from the government records and information management was government correspondences. Those are a few books, it's 59, and that was, the resource person would be Harry Pearson. From the civil registry department, we had the births and deaths registrations. These are also books to the tune of the amount was 200, and the resource person was Coy Maduro. And then we had the maps and deeds cadastral registration from the cadastre, and this would be paper. It's about 6,000. Tony Robbins is the resource person. Then we had so spatial planning. It's actually Vromi. It's Public Works. It's a government ministry, Public Works. Spatial planning is paper. It's about 5,000. And Dan Jones was the resource person. Then we had the library, we had some newspaper clippings. We figured this might be important. This is paper to the amount of 2,000, and Molly May was the resource person. And then of course we had the schools. So we had academic records, paper, and that's to the tune of 1,000, and Sally Tan was the resource person. The floor plan, okay, let me see. The floor plan, we had the collection from the slave registry, was on the right side of the building, and it was color-coded green. The government, so the records information management, the government correspondences is on the left side of the building, and that was colored mustard. The civil registry was in the middle front of the building, color code orange. And the cadastral registration was on the right side of the building to the back, color code light blue, baby blue, light blue. Spatial planning, back of the building. So it's the back of the middle of the building, which is color code gray. Prevention and protection measures. So the survey of the physical facilities, internal building hazard survey, we looked out for mold, faulty wires, open outlets, water damage or leakages. Sorry. On the external part was, debris in the way. So like trees or whatever that can fall and land on the building. Lines are down. Sinkholes in case of earthquakes. And no access to the building, right? Which would, give no access. Let me see. Disaster response checklist. Oh, okay. So the disaster response checklist, I saw you had it on the screen, but then it went away. So I don't know if that was a part of something that we were supposed to do. We didn't. Okay, so that was it. So the external building was our last.
Very, very comprehensive. I'm
Thank
so
you.
proud of you all.
And I must say
That's very
again,
good.
we had fun doing it. So
Very
it was pretty
good.
cool, very
And
interactive.
I'm seeing yours. Oh, I'll wait until we finish and then I give you your scores.
Okay,
Because
no
I have
problem.
the scores. We have the scores.
By the way, we got the Hurricane David. We got 80,000 for Dominica, and we got Ripley's Believe It or Not in the first question. So just side note. The 80% for the amount of damage from Dominica from Hurricane David. We mentioned the hurricane, we mentioned the damage, and we also mentioned Ripley's Believe It or Not. So just side note,
right,
I don't know if that's bonus points, but
No, the records are kind of not showing that. So, but we have your score for the presentation.
No problem.
All right. So, thank you very much, team. I mean, I'm seeing that you learned something, and that's what's important. Develop your plan, and as I said, I have my email there. You can send it to me, and I'll look at your draft and tell you where you're going, what you need to do, All right. So we're gonna go. Yes. So we're gonna go to which team next? Team number 2.
We're going to be very short. So we had everything that they had. We actually do have a disaster plan, but it just needs to be updated. And what we realized we did not have is an introduction in terms of our original plan. So we came upon one via Google. The purpose of a disaster plan is to ensure the safety of the library users and staff, protect the library collections and assets, and maintain or restore essential services as quickly as possible in the event of an emergency or disaster. So it is something that we're going to take on board to add to our plan. Also, in the emergency services, we had all that he talked about, but relevant to us. But what we thought is important is to include the regional side. So we had DLOC, we put down Stephanie in terms of the emergency services, Stephanie Chansey, to contact them to recover our digital files. We had Paul Hector's name down, for funding regard to UNESCO. We had the National Library of Jamaica to be able to contact for the advice. We had Chan, Rita Foon teacher down, in terms of and Chen and Kabika to see the help that they can be able to give to us right away. We had our line ministry who we need to contact directly for our funding. We had the St. Vincent National Library because they also have a preservation lab. So in case we are not able to handle our own stuff, because unfortunately for us, our PAC lab is also in the same location as our National Library building, which we're also trying to change. So just in case that is compromised, we know where the other PAC labs are located and future PAC labs, so that we will have that type of assistance. So that's the only thing that we will actually add, because we're really trying to move not from just this being a personal disaster plan, but a Caribbean disaster plan. That's it.
Very, very good.
Pleasant good afternoon to you all. I'm ready to go. Is there anybody else who wants to go before me? You've never heard this voice before.
Oh, wow.
It's just me.
Yes,
No
let
problem.
him go.
You like it,
Yes,
right?
thank you.
I see.
Wow.
Good afternoon, all. This is Mr. Reed, and let me stop that. Okay, let's get serious here. For our group, we have to take into consideration that we had to be planning for a structure, a building, and for what is not normal, what is not common. So when it comes to what we're going to do in our introduction, it's to protect documentary heritage and archaeological artifacts of historical and cultural importance. The plan, and we have it as a hurricane plan, but we also have to take into consideration that's not the only threat to our national archives, our National Trust building where these artifacts and documents are held. We have a real threat of tsunami simply because the building sits between two rivers, running down on this side, that side, joins right at the bottom of the building at the land, and it's like 20, 30 feet from the steps of the building. And it heads straight to the sea. When there is high surf, I'm just giving you a background so that you understand what our plan is about. When there's high surf and during like hurricane season, hurricane times, when the surf, when the tide comes in the other direction, instead of going north, east to south, west, it comes from southwest up the other end, creates havoc on the coastline, and the water comes up and goes up both tributary. All right? If there is a tsunami, the building would be severely affected. So understand that when we talk about our disaster plan. So as I said, it's to protect our artifacts, and we also have documents, historical maps, historical books, writing, and it's all about more or less St. Vincent. So that's what we have to protect, and they are located in the building. And I've told you about our threats, not just hurricane, but we also have tsunami, threats of tsunami, and volcanic eruption, because we recognize the ash is heavy when it accumulates on the roof of a building. And if that roof is not sturdy, you know the dance that's taking place downstairs. It would collapse. And that has happened in the last volcanic eruption. Many roofs collapse because of that, right? So that's something that we take into consideration. What's the response is going to be like? We believe in the installation of a disaster committee that would be made up of the management, staff, and the board of directors for the National Trust. We recognize the fact that our staff, upon employment during the orientation process, is part of the orientation is training in disaster management and how you respond to disasters. So we have trained staff to start out with. So that's part of the response. Response checklist for us relates to, one, we believe in the inspection of the building in and out before a disaster. If you inspect your building in and out, you would be able to put things in place, cover what is necessary, replace and remove things from certain positions as you mitigate. So that's what the inspection about. On the outside, it's to avoid missiles. Put away everything that can go. A lot of our buildings have our garbage bins outside. We never think of them and what would happen to them during a hurricane. They can blow and hit into your window, break the glass, and then the wind gets in and destroy everything in the inside. So we think about all of that. Assess the situation and monitor the approach of the storm. And that will be done by the disaster committee. We verify at that point, during that process, all numbers that we need to call, other members of staff who are not on the committee, the hospital, the fire department, but most importantly, the police and the fire department. That's before the hurricane. We need to know those numbers. We don't think of hospital because our building at that point would not have anybody inside of it, and the artifacts don't need to see a doctor. So we don't need to have anything, the medical factors involved. We also have the number for the National Emergency Organization. We need to have that as protocol. So that's part of the checklist. And we also review, as part of the build-up, our communication protocol. Who to call, when to call, and why do you call the person, and what medium. That's something we keep forgetting. What medium you use to call the person, right? Shout, walkie-talkie, CB radio, or phone, if they are working. All right, so you have to take that into consideration. Just before we review and reinforce all the individual tasks. So who does what in the build-up towards a disaster? You have to prepare for this thing. We're not even going to touch on what we do after. That's the easy part, because we all know we just have to work to get things back to normal. But it's going forward. What do you do before leading up to that? So it's important to reinforce the individual tasks that each person is assigned. And that's what the committee would also do. And we ensure that all mitigating measures are in place to face a hurricane. We would rest there for now and await your thoughts.
Okay. One of the things which I really admire about this group is that you all, is the mic working? I'm kind of sounding low. Okay. Yeah, it's that you all have a different approach to the exercise, and I appreciate that. Okay, group 5. Group 5. I know. I'm just telling you that I appreciate the different approach. But I just saw you around here talking to her, so I was just misbehaving. All right? So we know our vote. Do we want to hear the communication plan, or do we want to hear the other group, which will be speaking about their disaster plan? What you want to hear next? All right? Group 1, they have outvoted you, so it's group 4. Okay. So go ahead, group 4.
1, 2. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are group 4. So the purpose of this disaster plan is to provide a basic guide for response to and recovery from disasters affecting the National Public Library. It is designed to assist the National Public Library staff in the response and recovery of books and periodicals at the public library. This plan therefore outlines the procedures to be undertaken by the staff in the event of a severe hazard impacting the National Public Library to ensure an effective response and efficient recovery to normal operations in the shortest possible time. Authority, this plan has been drafted on 30th of April 2025 and awaits approval by the Director of Libraries, Mrs. Michelle King Campbell. Revision date, April 2026. Our aim, this disaster plan aims to outline the details of the actions to be taken to ensure the National Public Library is prepared to respond to emergencies affecting the department. Our scope is to cover the general operation procedures and are to be followed by the staff to ensure that responsibilities of emergency response are fulfilled. It includes hazard types that may impact the country of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and those emergencies to which the National Public Library itself may be exposed. In terms of our emergency section, the emergency information sheet, we will be contacting Director Michelle King Campbell at 457-2022, as well as our reference librarian Dana Neverson at 457-2021. Our electrician, Braxter, contacted the plumbers, the electricians. This will fall under Braxter, as well as NEMO, ITSD, Royal St. Vincent Fire Department, Royal St. Vincent Police Force. If there is need for freezer, Massey Stores Kingstown, as well as Secret Grave Supermarket in Pembroke. In terms of trucking, Ministry of Education, Locksmith, Braxter again, and Space Storage Warehouse, UWI Global Campus. That will be our partners. We will contact them before, and they could also work as a muster point for us, because we don't want to cross the road, so we will go that way. In terms of our priority list, we will be safeguarding our Vincentian collection, which is located in the reference area on Bay 1, Shelf 2, and this includes books, periodicals. We have about 1,000 items at the value of $50,000, and our point person is Dana Neverson, as well as our Vincentian collection. This is also in the reference area on Bay 2, and this includes books, about 2,000 at the value of 50,000. In terms of our survey of the physical facilities, when we conducted the Emergency Disaster Committee did our survey, internal building hazards include leaks in the roof in the reference and adult library, as well as faulty wiring, as well as the presence of mold. The external building hazards, this includes flooding at the front gallery, and our solution will be to use our side entrance at the reference area and the multipurpose area, as well as hazards include the floodgate covers, disabled, as well as the front gate. So we had that issue with Hurricane Beryl. The gate came off its hinges, so that is a hazard that we noted during our vulnerability assessment, as well as poor drainage and landslides at the western end of the library. Thank you.
And thank you too. What I want to know though, was there an update on the plan that you have? Or all that you said was in the plan already? You put new things in? Is it, I was wondering. And the whole situation about the drain and the gate and all of that. So very good. And that was comprehensive. You did a very good job. The grades, I mean, yeah, it's close. But team number 4, you did very, very well. All right?
So I was wondering, you didn't add or include the digital format. Is that not on your priority list? Because normally we think as archives, the documentary heritage itself, but the digital format, it's not included yet in your excessive management plan.
So I hope you all heard that. So that is a strategy which they have done, where they have a digital collection, they have some at the archives. And it's always good to have off-site storage. Also at the National Library, we use eGov. So we have our things off-site as well. Our server off-site, because you never can tell what we'll have. So, group one, and then you get the verdict. They are looking at the communication plan. So their situation is totally different and unique. And they are going to actually teach us. So this is something new which I decided to put into this exercise. So I'm going to learn something today. Group one.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this is group one, and we're looking at the media aspect and how it plays a role in these situations. Okay? So the purpose of the communication sector is basically to provide the information and also how to dispose the information, how much should be provided, right, and who it should be provided to, right? Okay, just one moment. So that would have been revised today on the 30th of April 2025, and my group, my lovely group here, was responsible for compiling the plan. Okay, so I'm just going to jump straight into it. It's a bit different than the plans that were revised previously. So it's very important to note that the communication sector, we can really play a part in how persons respond to disasters, especially when it comes to natural disasters, taken back to COVID-19. A lot, it depends on how you send out this information and the words used, because that could actually cause so much confusion and depression on persons. So as the media, it's very important that we know how we're structuring the information to give out to persons. So that's one factor that we must consider when we're providing that information when it comes to archives, even because depending on how we communicate, that persons might wonder, oh my gosh, is all our information gone? What do we have left? That could cause persons to become angry and lash out even at the wrong persons. So that's just one part. But let me go back a little to, because more of what we looked into was natural disasters. We did look up a bit on like if there's a fire and so on. But I'll just touch on the natural disasters for. So as we know, the media is responsible for informing persons on what to do when that occurs. And that would also be towards the National Archives as well, but to the general public, because it's not just limited to the archives. So what to do, what to expect, what we need to have. And that's why these plans are important and why they're ever changing, because things are so unpredictable. So we must know what is needed, why digitalization is important, right? Evacuation routes. We must also be distributing that information to the public so that they, even on the smallest person, knows what they need to do or have just a little information on that. Right? So then when it comes to during the disaster, we are responsible for giving out what is happening as it is happening. But it is, again, important to know how much to provide as do not alarm persons. So we must know how much we are providing to persons, whether we need to wait a while also to get information from legitimate sources and not just he said, she said, this person said, but legitimate sources. For example, in St. Vincent, we have NEMO, the National Emergency Management Organization. We must be close with them, have their numbers, and also be able to provide those numbers to the public. So we must ensure that when we are providing information, it is sourced from legitimate persons, such as them. In cases where it might be fire departments, where they might be involved, that, okay, they said this is what happened, okay, this is what caused the fire. We have to ensure that it is from those sources, right? So those are things that we have to ensure what we are responsible for. And post, what happens then? How could we ensure that it does not happen again? How could we ensure that that is prevented? If it's not able to be prevented, how much could we control in that case? So we're basically informing, educating, changing for good. We're just putting the information out there. But basically, we educate, we alert, we support, and also between persons inside, like the internal persons, they must be discussing, they must have these numbers, they must, make sure in case of a disaster, they should be first responders. We, as the media, we should be first responders as well. We are at the forefront. We should ensure that we have that information to give so that we could possibly save a life, change the situation from happening before it happens. So that's what I would say in a nutshell, and I was just generalizing, not going to anything specific, because it could be different whether it's the newspaper or social media or on the radio or on TV. If you're talking about more so on the radio or on TV, prevention methods and what to do after and what to do during, we give that information. Social media, I feel when it comes to social media, very good at what is happening in the moment, but what about if you don't have internet, stuff like that. But that's just what I think in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you very much. Give them a round. Come on.
Well, thank you very much. I heard a lot of things that I liked. For example, you talked about linking up with the National Emergency Management Organization. I think that is really, really critical in having their content, because again, of course, they are one of the sources. And lots of other good things. Some of the things I thought that I would have heard you say were, I think in the context, you're a communication group within the archival organization. So I was wondering, and if we think about the case of a national library, I think who are your key stakeholders? Your employees, so in terms of, again, during that sort of, and that's another thing I love, you broke it down before, during, and after. But then perhaps maybe it would be good to hear what would be some of the important messages to share with those stakeholders. So for example, during the before, of course, the employees. So again, impressing upon them, that need to be aware about where the different vital collections are within, life, of course, is the most important thing. What do they need to do? And of course, many of your patrons, for example, are students. So again, this is also a very impressionable group who could be very receptive. And of course, they have parents, and then you may have also older patrons as well. So I thought it would be very good to think about some messaging for them. And then, always, as we talked about the importance of preparation, you have collections at home. You have collections, but your patrons also have collections at home as well. And as we've heard, some of the collections that these patrons have potentially could be of national interest. Or even if not of national interest, they do have a lot of sentimental value for them. So perhaps maybe sharing some of things about what to do. And if we even think at a very simple level, we have key documents, passports, driver's license. Well, you probably carry your driver's license with you. Birth certificates, marriage certificates, etc. Perhaps it might be good to think about maybe raising the awareness of employees about, safeguarding those things at home. And then, of course, also, patrons and their homes, etc. So, but again, I think the value of this exercise is really going through all of these things and having that sort of initial thing. We will share with you several documents. In fact, there's a very wonderful document which has been prepared recently by Cabico, and I think by ICA, the parent of Cabico. And I think that the real value of this exercise is that, if we look at something in the book, then, we can say, oh, yes, this is very logical. But having had the opportunity to sort of like go through this exercise ourselves, and then afterwards see some other things, then it really helps to sort of consolidate that thinking and reflection process. And then, of course, it gives us, new insights, new entry points to move on. So, yeah, I think everyone did a fantastic job, and as they say, the biggest room is the room for improvement. So, yeah, well done, everyone.
That one. The biggest room is the room for improvement. Sounds good. So you're going to get at least 3 documents from this exercise. You're going to get your building audit form. You're going to get, there's another one, you're going to get this scanned. So you're going to get the hard copy, you're going to get a scanned copy in your email, and the copy about the disaster management plan. Okay? So I just want to thank you all for your participation. I mean, I was a bit worried and concerned that I was placed after lunch, but you all did very, very well. All right, so continue enjoying the workshop. You have one more presentation, right? One more session, all right? So you may go back to your seats.
Hi, I just want to let people know of one particular resource. It's called Emergency Response Salvage Wheel. If you Google it, you'll be able to find it. But what it does is that it tells you everything that was just explained in a nice pointed form and a wheel. And it also lists different areas of objects, or whether it's textiles, glass, and it tells you what to do in terms of the salvage for each particular material. So you don't have to go run to a book or anything like that. So you can look it up. I think it's still for sale. It's an emergency response salvage wheel. Once you tap that in, you will see a red and white kind of spinny wheel thing back and front. It also shows you where you can put in your emergency response numbers, and basically it really is a good guide just to have around. Okay.
Thank you so much for that, because I actually have one.
All right, everybody, how's the mood? How's the energy? Tired, okay. So what does that mean? Depends on the prizes, huh? Okay. Maybe we should do this sort of hands up, hands down. Yeah? Okay, so we're very, very close, just this close to the finish line. And I think we would all regret it if we don't have this session. Because, it's kind of like, just imagine, you've gone to the supermarket. For those of you who eat meat, you've bought the ham, you've brought it home, it's all seasoned, you put everything together, it's in the oven, you take it out, and then you say like, we're not gonna have that big dinner. So this is really the sort of, dessert, icing on the cake, getting ready to go back home. How are we going to take all this forward? So I think we really have to do this. Okay, we're gonna try to make this as easy and as painless. Let's see, Kathy, maybe you can join me up here, please. Kathy Badneck, our rapporteur. So I've also asked several people to help with this session. Stephanie, Kathy, Rita, Peter. Say again? Oh, okay, sorry. You can take it. Okay. Yeah. So first of all, just to sort of give a sort of an overview. So over the past 2 days, we've been talking about, again, how can we do better? Again, you know, bearing in mind that the biggest room is a room for improvement, how can we catalyze our efforts? How can we move forward? Yep. Say again? What's that? Oh, they didn't. No, this is it. It's already in. Oh, that's your presentation?
I just sent the information.
Okay.
Popped it on the slide.
Okay. So you will talk about the best practices, we'll do this one, and we'll talk about this, and we'll talk about this. Okay. Okay. So session 7, it's about knowledge sharing and developing a community of practice. And as I said, this is about how do we move from here, how do we move from theory to action. And we saw that favorite quote by Engel about, you know, action and theory. Okay, good. So we've been talking about lots of good things. So what we want to do in this session is, first of all, to sort of just reflect on what are some of the good practices that we've all shared. Then we want to look a bit at what would go into this sort of documentary heritage resilience kit. And we've seen just now in that exercise that we've done what this could you know, consist of, some elements of it. And the third thing we like to really think about is we have already a number of networks within the region. We already appreciate the value of coming together. We realize repeatedly, time and time again, that we all have very similar challenges. At the same time, we also have lots of similar strengths. We see also that different people have figured out solutions to some things which are challenging for some of us. And so there's a need for us to bring together those groups. So those are the sort of 3 things that we're going to sort of touch on. What we're going to do now is, first, Kathy is going to talk about some of the best practices that came up. And then, as I said, I've invited a couple of people as discussants, and I will just call on you to just sort of give some, you know, feedback. Just feel free to jump in. This is not a very structured session, so please feel free to jump in. And then we'll just look at a quick graphic, and then we'll talk about how can we get, for example, groups like CABICA, DLOC, IFLA, NALIS, etc., who we are all part of to sort of work together. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention our NALIS partners over here, Paula, and so even though you're over there, you're also part of this, okay? And Joan. All right.
I don't know if you'd want me to just go through, because I not just have the best practice, I have the commitments we have already mentioned.
Yes. So maybe, So do the best practice, okay, and then the commitments afterwards when we go to this part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Technicians. I have a flash drive. I hooked it up. I know that you're sharing. Okay. All right, we would have said quite a lot yesterday. We would have looked at the summary at the end of the session, the challenges and the recommendations, So briefly, best practices. We could start with the production workflow that enables content preservation for long-term storage, along with a actually documenting, not just using the pen and paper method, but the 3D renderings, other technologies that we have. Being proactive instead of reactive. The recommendation, should I use that word, that we do it one bit at a time, break it up into easily workable solutions, and we do it one bit at a time, and use an inventory. Of course, we would have seen during the course of yesterday and today the Aruba model. They do not have a facility per se, but they would have had most of their collections and so on online. And of course, we looked at the Jamaica broadcasting model to really bridge the gap between technology, history, and getting it together and into the public sphere. Then there is the Nevis model. Was it Nevis that we would have seen today, how they are using as a very small island the limited resources that they have to do a lot and what they intend to do going forward. So we do have those examples that we could really pull from. Of course, you would get a summary of everything that was said today, including specifics from those models that we would have just discussed. I'll go into the commitments that would have been mentioned so far from the various institutions. From Rita, she would have mentioned the development and sharing of disaster plans, the creation of sub-hubs in the Caribbean by SARE, and combining resources across the region, including the potential collaboration with the Preservation and Conservation Laboratory. So I'm hoping the Trinidadians really hold her to that. We also have from Jasmine Simmons at NALIS. She would have committed to sharing preservation resources, capacity building, and sharing the Randy Silverman report on resources needed for setting up the Preservation and Conservation Laboratory. Did I get that right? Okay. From Stephanie Chansey at DLOC, she would have committed to helping persons set up connections with other stakeholders for whatever it is that we need. Kathy would have, among other things that I did not get, she would have specifically mentioned collaborating with librarians to determine the industry best time standard for reporting, for responding to information requests. Correct, Kathy? Among other things. I'd really like the other things in writing, though. Okay, perfect. In fact, we could do some adding on that as we go along right now. Yes, we're adding. Could you hold on? Mr.
Oh, sure.
Specifically on funding.
I need funding. I would be happy to help with funding, but no, what I was going to add is we have resources currently available at a variety of capacity building.
You can bring it up on the screen.
Endeavors. Oh, thank you. Usually I don't need this. We already have some resources available for free on capacity building, and we have a few more coming, and I am happy to share those links with, I think I had shared some already with Paul, and I will share them with you as well.
Perfect. I have that, and I will pull that up just now. Kathy, you would have mentioned the others. The other things that you would have mentioned, I'm willing to add them right now.
So we need to emphasize access
moving from gatekeepers of information to knowledge bearers. The importance of building a stronger network of information professionals and sharing. You probably had best practices already. Sharing, I mean, those who have the expertise, we can build up that lab or that database of professionals with the relevant expertise that could assist others in need.
Can we ask you to help take charge of that network and building up the
Absolutely. And I have
database?
started the work already. Some of you would have received a WhatsApp link. Via WhatsApp, we can start building what I call a community of practice. So the work has already begun in this room with who we have. So we're working with what we have and who we have right now.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
And while I have the mic, 1 second, Rita, I want to, so I'm doing my discussants right now.
Yes, yes.
I want to propose, and I mentioned it to Peter, that, I'm speaking on behalf of MOLAC now, that we establish an observance week for MOLAC, for the Caribbean region, like we have national observances.
Yes, yes.
So an observance week, and within that week, we can choose a week that's maybe around the time that the call comes out, and united as a region, we can use that week and focus on all our advocacy, all our promotional work as it relates to getting that call out and is reaching as many persons as we can.
Excellent.
And I don't need to go into the reasons why and the benefits of having a focal point for the observation of MOLAC, what it promotes, what it does, how it affects us, promoting our culture, our heritage, and so on. So I think that's it.
Okay, and
I just want to add, on the Carbical website, we have the CHEN database with experts from built heritage, intangible heritage, documentary heritage. So I can send the link and colleagues can add their names on it. So that's accessible.
Okay.
And Vincent, over here. In terms of the funding, one of the handbooks that we are going to be producing at DLOC is one on grant writing. And that should be coming on the end of the year, beginning of next year. So we are cognizant of the fact that all of us are dependent on funding, and we're all after, we all need money. So that's one of the things that we want to help contribute to the Caribbean community and our DLOC community is to share that knowledge on how to at least give guidance on how to write a successful grant proposal, to give you all the tools to write a successful grant proposal.
Yes, clearly that's something which is very much needed. Yeah. And just, I'll come to you, Joanne, but just taking up on the point that Rita made about this list of experts. You know, today during the break, Joan and I, we were talking, and we were saying that, you know, we don't know when, but for sure, a hurricane is going to come sometime, somewhere, some other type of disaster. And again, as persons who are in this field, persons who have this knowledge, are there persons who might be ready, interested, available to perhaps be part of, for example, let's say like, you know, an assessment team, people who might be willing to go and look at, let's say, if something happens someplace, to do some type of needs assessment, etc. So for example, let's suppose it happens someplace, maybe you go to a particular collection, and in that sort of first period, identifying what might be some of those needs as far as documentary heritage. One of the things that I did last year, we had an opportunity to be part of something called a UNET, which is one of the emergency response teams. And I discovered that nothing existed which looked at the needs of media. And so I was able to put together a survey questionnaire working with other groups. And so now we have a document in English, which is in fact now being translated by headquarters into the other 5 UN languages, and which will go around the world. And so something from the Caribbean is now going to impact what's happening in the rest of the world. And I think in the area of documentary heritage, we do have some tools already, but I think this could be something that, which, knowing the vulnerabilities of our region, we could start thinking about. I don't have a budget for this right now, but I've never seen any good ideas which couldn't attract some type of resource. So just wanted to put that out.
I think it also starts with building the relationship. We don't have to just wait for a disaster to happen. Even now, just today, when we were in the other building, National Archives, and I smelled the little moldy smell, and I was like, hey, something is wrong here. But I am not the library conservator, so I text, WhatsApp Danielle, I'm getting this moldy smell in this building. Do you think so and so and so? I'm asking her questions, and she texts me back right away. So even between the distance from the time that we left the building to here, I was able to communicate to Gian and said, listen, there's a leak somewhere. We need to find where the leak is. We need to fix it. We need to check the humidity. We probably don't need we don't need to put on the AC, but we need to have some kind of ventilation in the room. So what I'm saying is that if we practice that if something happens on this spot right now that you need to have some assistance for, you pick up the phone, you call Danielle, you pick up the phone, you call Rita, you WhatsApp, and you build that relationship. When it comes out of disaster, it is like second nature, because you've already developed that habit of calling and asking for a response.
And Kathy has already made the first step in terms of getting that WhatsApp. So I call on everyone to be ready to jump on it. So Joan, before we come to you, let's hear from Gian, please.
It's on. Yes, so my question is, can you provide resources or links to the workshops that will be able to help with the inscriptions of nominations?
Okay, so in July, there's something coming up. I think the deadline is already gone. Yeah, it would have been, well, they extended until the 25th, last Friday. Yeah, there was an extension. One thing I had been asking them about earlier on, I had inquired about the possibility of them having it online. I've raised this several times, but I don't know whether that is going to happen or not. But if it is, we'll make sure that you're aware. Yeah. Joan?
Yes. I just want to suggest that coming out of this meeting, because we have different groups represented here, Maulak, we have Kabika, we have NALIS with Conservation for IFLAPAC, that our working group of first responders to do exactly what you have just described, what we were talking about, to come out of this. It doesn't necessarily have to be persons. The persons who are here, they can be named, but the body, the position, the conservator, NALIS, the head of Kabika, the representatives in Maulak for the English-speaking Caribbean region, to form that body so that when a disaster happens, that information as first responders should come out, should be shared, so that whoever gets it to share it among all the professionals so that they know what has taken place, and some response of comfort to be written to the head of state of the country to pledge some kind of support and interest to do that kind of assessment, so that they do not feel alone and they realize that it is important. Because what gets priority would be the individuals, their homes, food, cleared roads, etc. But once we are there, then they would know that this is also very important.
Okay. Thank you very much for that suggestion. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, as I mentioned, there was that fire in Suriname. And well, once I heard about it, well, in my current role, my first response was I, of course, called the Secretary General, got a bit more information about this, and then I followed up with an official letter to the Minister of Culture, who is, of course, the line minister responsible for UNESCO. And then, of course, I encouraged them. I, of course, expressed our concerns, etc., and then also shared about the types of resources which are available from UNESCO and so forth, and then asked them to formally make a request. Now, again, building on what we're doing here, if, for example, we had some type of agreement, formal, informal, then, of course, I think this is something that we could also action in terms of our outreach. I wait to be guided by the different groups, MOLAC, Kabika, etc., on how you might like to see. DLOC. We don't have to decide now, but I mean, I think it's something good to think about. Because we do have the sort of channels which could signal the availability of that type of support. I know, for example, in the case when we were dealing with St. Vincent the Grenadines in response to the Soufriere, I remember NAT, the National Archives of Trinidad and Tobago, were working closely. And I asked, how is it that you're working with this group? I mean, how did you select them? And they said, well, there's a sort of existing government-to-government relationship that exists. And because of this, that is how that relationship had been developed. So I think it's really good for us to understand what are these types of relationships that already exist, how can we strengthen them, how can we leverage them to, again, make our work more visible, and of course, protect the documentary heritage, which is really crucial for the soul and identity of our region.
That group, sorry, just one more thing.
Yes?
That group can also call for volunteers among the professionals who may be willing to, at their own expense, to actually go to the place, because I know that people have done that and they do that because they want to help. They do not want a job, they do not want, but they will be able to, at their own expense, because of the interest, so they can send out a call for volunteers to assist in the work and see who will be willing to come forward to continue that process and be part of the whole response.
That's not a bad idea, and I know, for example, there may be people who often are in the diaspora, wherever, who are concerned, and perhaps maybe a GoFundMe campaign might be a way to leverage the types of resources from persons, organizations, etc., who might wish to support. I don't know. Peter, you're usually a very practical person.
I don't have my mic.
And my contribution is a question to Rita. That's, if I recall correctly, that's the part of the plan with the subs, the CHEMS and the SARES hub and the sub-hubs, right? Rapid response units specifically for documentary heritage. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just have to connect to the existing initiative.
Okay.
And we need more sub-hubs, right? So how many are there?
So there is already a secretariat established in Curaçao, the SARE Hub, and if you have any disasters, you encounter certain disaster, you already can reach out to the secretariat of the SARE Hub based in Curaçao. But we want to decentralize the hub. So we're planning to establish one in St. Martin next June. And St. Martin will be responsible for the surrounding island. The next one is in Barbados, and Barbados should be responsible for the surrounding islands. And we have funding until, 2027 for training, for mapping, and so on. So, yeah, there is some
Okay.
perspectives.
Okay. So I think then, I think another thing, maybe a follow-up conversation would be, how do we sort of, I don't know, maybe think about what could be done? How, how can we engage with
Yeah, maybe it's time to do a joint statement or a MOU or start talking about those kinds of things between the different organizations that you just mentioned.
Yes, in fact, this was one of the topics that we touched on during my interactions with, various persons. So John, Angus, and then we'll hear from Paula.
I just wanted to ask Rita, what's the criteria? Why Barbados?
So we're looking for strong institutions and also experts available on the island. So because Barbados would be responsible for logistics and so on, and SEDEMA is also based in Barbados. So that's why we're looking at Barbados to create the sub-hub. And other islands as well, because we're looking at other possibilities in the north and then in the south. And talking about SEDEMA, SEDEMA also has...
in Barbados?
Yes, but they have 4 sub-regions.
Okay.
So we could use the sub-region of SEDEMA to establish our sub-hub also.
Yes.
Because the logistics are also available.
I guess the question basically is that everything seems to go to one place and we don't develop the others. And I do understand the prevalence of stuff might be in Barbados, but if we keep putting everything into one place, the other places never get developed.
Okay.
We're going to create 3 or 4 sub-hubs. So the one in St. Martin, perhaps in Barbados, and then 2 other sub-hubs also. So we have to look for governments who are willing to accommodate and facilitate the sub-hub, because there are certain responsibility. You have to send out your experts and other logistics to the other islands if they need help. So we need those support. So I already mentioned it yesterday. Government in this case, their support is necessary.
And just to add one thing on Barbados, I think about a month and a half ago, I was in a meeting. The Gates Foundation, they're actually looking to set up in Barbados a disaster response hub. Again, because of the, as you said, the logistics, the other, strengths which are there. But I do take on the point that Angus has raised, but I think that's where the partnerships come in. Because if we have these sort of key places, then they can be sort of kind of like centers of a wheel where we bring the other regions in to sort of, get training, and then they go back and then, build capacity, on the ground.
I just want to drop a plug in here.
Sure. And then we'll hear from Paula.
Rita, in terms of, we hear you about the logistics that are available on the various islands, but just to consider the chain of islands on the east and perhaps the midway point, because St. Martin would clearly take care of all the smaller islands at the top. But we must keep in mind the Eastern Caribbean, that archipelago right there, Aruba, Barbados,
Aruba is,
So, did you check,
So we're following the SEDEMA sub-hubs. So those, in fact, are our, how to say this, the template that we are using. But, having this discussion and also your concern, I believe it's also necessary to have the discussion again, which island is ready to facilitate the sub-hub. Because there are, again, certain responsibilities. So perhaps we can have the discussion again. You're the Vice President of MOLAC, also with NET and other organization.
IFLA PAC. Okay. All right. Okay. No, thank you very much. So so again, I think this would be a discussion which could very much be tied to that whole idea of closer cooperation between the groups. And then again, as you said, with a stronger group and of course engagement with SEDIMA. SEDIMA is also very much responsive and responsible to the governments. So again, that's also a way of taking the discussion up and down and so on. Yeah. Paula?
Right. I just want to add, I want to come back to the whole issue of an arrangement. We have a mandate as a statutory body to develop memorandums of understanding and cooperation with like agencies, many of which reside in Trinidad and Tobago. A lot of them reside internationally. So for example, we have in the last few years had memorandums of understanding with the National Library of China. Coming out of that, I will be going to China next month for a Srila meeting, which is a Silk Road Library Alliance meeting. We have memorandum of understanding with the government, well, the National Library of Peru and Cuba, right? And those again is for the exchange of ideas, exchange of training and resources. In fact, Jasmine and her team have a webinar series, and we would have, through the Embassy of China, invited an expert from the National Library of China coming out of that arrangement to sit in on that webinar training for preservation and conservation, because they have one of the most cutting-edge preservation and conservation infrastructure. And that is something that we will be looking at when I go there next month. So again, and coming back to the whole issue of IFLA PAC, we work very closely with IFLA PAC. There's an officer designated.
I thought you're the hub. I thought they reside with you.
We are the authorized center for the English-speaking Caribbean. But we work very closely with the IFLA PAC division, the global division and group, right? So we interact with all of the IFLA PAC groups around the world. There's an authorization that you have to get, that we have to fill out and we have to submit and we have to get the approval to be the designated, a 3-year term, yes, designated PAC center for the region. Under IFLA PAC, we are mandated to reach out to other countries, islands within the region, especially if there is an incident. So normally, in the case of St. Vincent, when the volcano, when that incident happened, we were immediately communicated by Claire. I'm not sure if Claire is the person there right now,
to
look at what is the response and how can we help with that response within the region. So it is important, coming out of that memorandum of understanding is extremely important. And I'm saying that because normally when we have a memorandum of understanding with an international agency, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs normally has sight of that memorandum of understanding, because that is considered to be a bilateral arrangement to provide service and what have you between countries or between international agencies. So IFLA, NALIS in and of itself can have that arrangement. We don't need the authorization of IFLA for that. We are the PAC Center, right? So we can have that arrangement with MAULAC, we can have that arrangement with UNESCO, whomever, to be able to have that document. It's not legal, of course, memorandums of understanding are not legal. But that document, that guiding document that gives us the coverage to be able to intervene where necessary.
So, question then, is this something that we might wish to consider to see how we could maybe potentially advance on, or at least discuss internally with your groups, DLOC, MOLAC, Kabika Chen? Okay, all right, great. Okay, all right. Okay, excellent. Good. So, yes.
To give us a fuller idea of what you have in mind for the memorandum of understanding, so when we bring it to our heads of office, our executive board, because I would have to bring it to the executive board, because when we're making a decision for the entire cooperative, can you put together something
Okay.
that would, give us an idea on how, and so that we know how best to sell it to the ones who need to sign the memorandum of understanding?
Okay. All right. Okay, sure. Yes, and I will also come back to you for ideas as well. But in terms of the way I see it, it would be sort of, again, as a result of the sort of consensus on identified needs, and in terms of the way forward, this is seen, this network of networks, it's seen as something vital for the protection of the region's documentary heritage, yada, yada, yada. Some along those lines. Yeah. Okay, good. So sure, I'm happy to do that. Okay, good. So we've touched on strengthening this network of Caribbean heritage professionals. We've talked about some best practices. We will continue, I think, this dialogue on best practices. One of the things I just wanted to share with you, just very, very quickly, it's, again, something that I did to sort of consolidate what came out of our discussions yesterday. This is not finished. As always, there's room for improvement. But again, just based on the different things we talked about yesterday, I saw some, and also today, we saw things which are key: risk assessment tools, preparedness and mitigation resources, responses and recovery guidelines, digital preservation and continuity, monitoring, evaluation, learning, policy issues, capacity building, advisory tools, and regional coordination and networking mechanisms, which we just talked a bit about. And of course, what I will be doing is I'll be sharing this with you. Now, I think, as we've seen, there are many resources that many of us know about. And I think, building on what Kathy talked about in terms of this WhatsApp group, I was speaking with Stephanie earlier today, and she talked about the power of the Google Groups. Somewhere we can place these resources where we can, again, ask questions, direct persons to a shared space where many of these documents could be housed, it can have a home, etc. So I think this is something which is really important, and which, with your help, I'd like us to perhaps work on, in the coming days and weeks, because as I say, we don't know when, but it will happen. Yeah. Yeah. Good. So I don't know. Any last words? Anything that anyone else would like to raise? There was another document, another thing you wanted to share? Some of the outcomes, or?
Of all the challenges that you would have stated that you encounter, most of them you would have found recommendations for them. Well, not most, all except one, that there are no expert valuators for intangible assets. Everything else that you have stated is a challenge for your organization. You have proposed recommendations, best practices, and there have been commitments to address all of those issues. So kudos, but falta uno.
Well, that's an open issue. Joan?
Maulac Observatory, I think, is a good place. I think that is what it was supposed to represent, earmark a space where a lot of information about documentary heritage and all of that in the region replaced. And I think the English-speaking Caribbean, we need to populate that observatory. I hope that is, the whole purpose of that.
Okay, so again, as I said, we're yet to decide on the home for these things, but yes, sure. So here, you can use this.
Yeah, I was going to say something that might not be a politically correct thing to say in front of the UNESCO crowd, but the Moloch Observatory is part of the Latin American and Caribbean part of the UNESCO website. It doesn't really get updated that often, so if you want a space to have, especially an interactive one, and especially Caribbean one, you might want to consider options like, for instance, the Caricacen,
Okay.
the expert listings together with a Google share space like that. So
Okay.
in that case, it might be more interactive. People have more access to it, can
Okay.
add things to it, as opposed to a UNESCO website, which is more static.
Yes. Okay. So what I will do for this, I will also consult internally. Let me also be very upfront with everyone. Okay. So when I go back, my first responsibility will be, of course, a lot of the administrative things related to this event, and then I will also need to also give attention to several other different things, because Memory of the World, it's a very important element, but it's one of several things that I work on. Also, within the context of my current activities, from now until the end of August, I'm also operating as the acting director of the office. So I have lots of other different things, and we have a human resource challenge. So I like the idea of, again, having something which is decentralized and something which the community of documentary heritage persons across the Caribbean can readily access on their own, when they wish, etc. I know now that with Teams, for example, we do have the possibility of giving access to these resources to other persons. So I will mention to my IT person, and in any case, I'm very happy to go ahead with Google Groups, etc. So, and again, I think it's good to be real about, I think it's good to set expectations, be realistic, etc. So, yeah.
A question.
Sure.
You mentioned translations of stuff. Would the documents, any that we produce, would those be translated? Is that something that does UNESCO have translators on staff?
Okay, so it is possible for us to get things translated. Internally, it's very expensive because internally we have to pay for anything we want translated. However, we do have something called UNV, United Nations Volunteers. And with this, we have a subscription. So for things like for translations, we can request persons, there's no charge for this. At the end of the assignment, what we do, we give a sort of like a certificate, which of course they can then use in terms of presenting to potential employees, consultants. So it's not, how should I say? It's not free, but there's no cost. Yeah, so that's something that which we can leverage. Yes, we can also, through that type of mechanism, also do small, focused research. So that's also something we can tap into.
Question, Paul. Is it possible to share the contact details of our participants here with us?
Yes.
So that we can share information about the SERHub, SubHub,
yes.
and other stuff.
Yes, yes. All right. Michelle? Yes.
So we have some historical documents in French.
Okay.
Right, on the history, characters, and so on. So we want to know if translation would also apply to that as well. About 20 documents. 20 items.
Okay. And you're talking about how many pages are you looking at?
No more than 50 pages.
Okay, so it's like 1,000 pages then.
Yes.
Okay. So, well, again, in principle, that's something which could potentially be done. I mean, I don't know if, for example, for a UN volunteer, because I'm not a translator, but I mean, if it's an old document, then chances are there's some maybe contextual issues which probably come into play in terms of this. But of course, I think we could make a try. Yeah. I don't know.
Specifically for historical documents or online or sources in general, there's an initiative called Wikisource, part of the Wikipedia family of also volunteers. And you can upload your document, and if it's a handwritten one, it passes. They can pass it through the artificial intelligence handwritten text recognition, and there are a lot of volunteers around the world, including ones proficient in French, that can do that work for not just for you, but for the community, and it will become available online. That's a trade-off, or maybe that's a potential benefit even, depending on what you think of it. But yeah, those kinds of things, those kinds of communities are really helpful and really interested in providing access to information, and this might be an added benefit for organizations that don't have staffing for transcription, translation, etc.
Okay, thank you very much.
And thank you. I think that makes that point. This is why I think this type of schematic, in terms of, if you want to say, knowledge management, in terms of where things are, how things are structured, I think that is something which is very useful, because with something like this, for example, we can then see where do we go to look for different resources? How do we find things? It doesn't have to be this one, but some sort of schema, yeah. Any other questions? Our friends from St. Martin.
I was just wondering how accurate the translation were from the volunteers, but Peter already said that it's different people from around the world who are proficient in the language, so that was my only question, but everything else is pretty much clear.
Thank you. And what about our media friends? And collaboration between media and archivists, how do we take this forward? What do you see as next steps?
Okay. Well, the area of collaboration, as I see it, and in terms of regionally, is particularly with agencies such as UNESCO and what's the name of
CABICA.
Right, CABICA. And in terms of the process of getting specialized equipment, and that is where we have that lacking, in being able to speed the process up of digitizing a lot of the content and syncing up with a lot of the repositories, not just in the Caribbean, but maybe internationally, and making some of this available, and creating that sort of synergy between the documents that we have and the audio, and in some cases the visuals for the visual folks who are here.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So great. So I think we already have we have a small subset of things that we can move forward on. So one, again, this whole idea of networks, regional collaboration, how do we move this forward? And I've already committed to, again, coming up with a sort of a guiding note, template, etc., to help move this forward. We've also talked about how can we sort of build on some of these different ideas. Again, having that whether it's going to be a Google group, WhatsApp, possibly something UNESCO hosted, etc. That's also something which is there. And I encourage you to please share with me the presentations, resources, etc. We aim to create an event space where we can at least host these in the interim. So, and of course, you know, the biggest room is the room for improvement. I always say, let's keep moving forward. You know, progress, not perfection. So, great. So I think that brings us, yeah. Now there's one little thing that we need to do, and that is, I think, just to give recognition to you for being here, for the contribution that you've made, the ideas you've brought, the personal commitment, investment that you've made, just a small token of appreciation in the form of, yes, okay. So, why don't we do it the other way? Yeah? Yeah, you. Yeah. So we can maybe, okay. So I'll do the ones for St. Vincent, and you'll do the ones who are from overseas. Yeah? Yeah.
So,
okay.
the first name though is Gian Julian Adams, so Mrs. Adams, and followed by Joan Osborne. So Joan Osborne.
She's out of the room.
All right, so we'll get her. So Kathy.
So you'll give her that one, yeah.
All right,
So,
you give the first 10 and then
Oh,
I'll
okay.
give, yeah, okay. So Kathy Birch McDermott, Lorna Napier, so Michelle King, Nadine or Nadine Hall, Nadine, she left already. Oh, yeah. Paula Green. Is Paula Green? Paula Green. Peter Schauling. I butchered your name. Oh. Radhika Stevens. You give all. Rita Fu. I've learned a new language today. Zhenfu. Jingfu. I got it. So you take it from here now. All right.
okay, okay. Next, Ms. Shanna Thomas. to be followed by Ms. Shazia Brown. Our communications person. Yeah. And then Ms. Stacy Tyrrell. And all the way from Gainesville, Ms. Stephanie Chansey. Ms. Tamika Baines. Yeah. Yes. And thank you for Tamika for everything you've done with the setup and making all of this possible. Okay. Mr. Vincent Reed. And my apologies to Mr. Vincent Reed. He shared with me a really wonderful inventory document, which I somehow forgot to put up, but which will be coming to all of you. I think it was a beautiful example of the way in which we can adapt resources to our needs, and then, of course, create even more value by making them available to others so that they can replicate. So thank you, Vincent. Really appreciate that. Yep. And from the Northern Caribbean, Miss Alison Flax Archer. Yeah. 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 And then we'll have Miss Beverly Lashley. Yes, yes, yes. Helping us all get prepared for disasters. Yes. Yep. Calvin Harry. Mr. NBC. Yeah. And followed by Miss Dana Neverson. All right. And from St. Martin, David Richardson. And also from St. Martin, Dixion Richards. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay. She left? Okay. No. Okay. Yes, and of course, sharing with us the wonderful future of 3D, Elliot Benjamin. Yeah. Well, she's not here with us, but also, special thanks to Idalia Ferdinand, Dr. Idalia Ferdinand. As you recall, she went back to Union Island, and yes, so. Oh, she left? Okay, all right. So, Miss Joan Osborne. Yes, yes. Retired, but still going strong. Yeah? Yes. All right. And from Guyana, Miss Andrani Ramnarain. Yeah. Yes. And constantly sharing lots of insights, Miss Jasmine Simmons. Yes, yes, yes. Yep. Janique Baptiste. Oh, yes. Miss API. Yes. Sylvester Lynch. Oh, he left already? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Great, great, great. Okay. John Angus Martin. Here we go. Uh-oh. Kamala Maz. All right. Okay. Dunstan Newman isn't here. Richard Lewis isn't here. Okay. Maurice Roberts. He left. Okay. All right. We have 2 more to send back. Okay. Let's see. We have a certificate here for Miss Dion John. If we can ask Colvin to collect it on her behalf. Yes, and I think we've missed some persons, so I apologize for that, but we will make sure that we get the certificates to you. But if you could please come up, those of you who didn't receive certificates. Yes, please. So, yes. So I apologize, we don't have your certificates, but please, stand with us here. Yes.
Yeah, on the other side, somebody will sue me. And sue me, that's not your name.
Calvin, you have a new name now. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
And we're not done yet. So thank you everyone. I think that brings us to the end of this workshop, but as we say, every ending is a new beginning. So let's keep on moving forward.
Is the driver going to take us up to the port now?
We can ask him. Yeah. Yeah, as we wish. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed, indeed. And we still have to talk about that project.
Yes.
Yeah. We had a little challenge with the funding, but we will find some resources to do this all the same. Okay. Okay. Sorry, folks. Sorry, folks. We forgot a session. Just kidding. We're gonna do a closing photo. All right.
Maybe over by the library.
Okay. Okay. Probably at the. Yes. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. So we can do it in. Okay. As you wish. Colville, you direct us. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I would interview a guy. I would recommend that. Yeah. But they work on the I didn't see other, but yeah. Right, because we were part of it. Okay, yeah, just. Well, no, not a scan, but just everything in general that we
Oh, okay. Get home safely.
Yes, I do. Yeah, you can always email me any information. I've been trying to find things about the entire thing. You can take my number. 186.
Thank you all, persons and wonderful, today, very productive, and he's always said, keep up the great work.